Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Jared, and you're watching 3DHP. It's May 1st, another month gone by. Anyway, for some parts of the country, I guess this would be called May Day. When I was a little kid, we went around to different doors. When I was like 4 or 5 years old, knocked on doors, left candy or something at the door, and ran off. But not really sure what that's all about. But hello, thank you, everybody, for joining me today. Yes, I'm growing my beard back. I figured I'd grow it back. Why not? And in a couple days, I might have really long hair on a couple of my streams. But anyway, let me say hi to a few people in chat, see who we got here. Navari Makers, Trevor, hello, how you doing? Dominic, hello, Dominic. Victor, hello, Victor, how's it going? Betty Boop 45, hello, Betty Boop. Lars, hey, Lars, how you been? How's it going, everybody? I got the banner across the bottom of the screen there. I'm at 2345 on my subs. When I get to 2,500, I'm having a big giveaway. I got a lot of people that want to give away filament, companies, resin, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I don't have any companies giving away any 3D printers at this time, but you never know what might happen between now and then. But yeah, as soon as I hit 2,500, I'll have a live stream, and that's what it's all going to be about. Spinning the wheel, throwing the names in, a Google Doc, and people win goodies. Hello, Sam. How's it going? Tom? Yeah, just been tinkering around on different projects. If anybody would like to drop in, there's a link there in chat. You're welcome to drop in, hang out, and talk about what you're working on and what you got going on. But I'm working on some lights here for my droid project. I'm kind of behind the gun here. But we didn't have a stream this week. We're having one next Friday where all four of us get together. But I got a bunch of lights that I'm working on. This will be for the dome. And I had some help. Had a few people help me get this up and running, but see if I can plug it in here. And this 88 fruit, additive fruit, this little round one here. I got one more of those coming tomorrow. It's going to be for one of the eyes on the droid. It's a scramble, or a lot of people call it egg bot. So I got some reds, some blues, some greens all soldered up, ready to go. So that'll be pretty cool. Get that in there. And I'm going to be putting a little soundboard in it. It'll be making sound, so that'll be kind of nice. Get that going. It's windy outside here in Las Vegas right now. I was out front watering the front yard and doing this. And I got a resin print going right now. I'm back on my Frozen Mighty 4K. I'm doing a print on that. It's been sitting. The printer's been sitting for a while. And I've got a resin lamps hooked up with my DSLR camera, and it's taping every layer. And I'll be doing another video on that. 3D Print Newbie, hello. How's it going? Yeah, I need all the help I can get. Okay. Cool lights. Yep. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm just working on this and that. And see if I can show you some pictures here. Okay, here's a slide. Okay, here's what I'm currently printing on my resin printer. This is by Sanix Malik's 3D design vision. It's a really cool looking statue. And yes, it's another statue, but I'm resin printing that now. I'm working on his body parts right now, and then I have to do I forget the other God, what's his name? The guy in the middle, I can't think of his name. And then I got to do the cape. So I got 3 different parts to do. Yeah, and here's some of my parts here, sliced and sheet of box. So, and this is what I'm currently printing right now. Got that printing. So. And then here's a picture of the camera setup on the resin labs. That's currently in the other room. I took this picture a little bit ago, so I can show it to you guys. So anyway, if anybody'd like to drop in and hang out, you're welcome to. If you got any questions, please ask. Mr. and Mrs. Diesel, hello. How are you doing? I've got your stickers in the mail, and you should be getting it anytime if you already haven't. Under the weather. I hope you start feeling better. So, and I'm printing a lid. My wife has this little box thing to put pencils and stuff in. I'm printing a lid for it right now on the Max, which you can kind of see behind me here. Finally got my Max up and running. I had Trevor from Navari drop in yesterday to a private stream, and he was helping me get everything configured. It's got a ZYLTECH on. I don't know how to properly level the bed with it, so he helped me out on that. Then over on the Hypercube, I've got 60 tracks for the next droid we're going to be doing, the drink spot. I've got PTU tracks there. Then on the last printer, the CR10, I call that blue. I'm printing the drinks container for the drink spot. That's part of it. So I was printing that yesterday, and it should have been done, but I didn't have my filament sensor hooked up on the filament. I had a short piece of filament just laying on this table there, and it ran out and it's printing in midair. So my bad. So I had to throw it in the trash and restart the print. That should be done here in a little bit. So that's about it. Yeah, I seen Joe Telling stream yesterday. That was really cool. Nice and long. So I was just kind of wondering after the fact if that was pre-taped, since he never, ever acknowledged chat at all. But it doesn't matter. It was still fun to watch. But I was just thinking that might have been pre-recorded, and then he just played it live at that time. So anyway, but that was cool to see. Because, you know, not everybody has different schedules. They're busy this time of the day or night or wherever they might be in the world and can't always come on live. So if you pre-tape it, you can still show it as live. So anyway, what else do I got going on? There's a statue I painted recently that I need to do some more touch-up on. This is from MEGHA Mega from VX Studios from Beowulf. I got this all done. The dragon in the movie is more gold and black than it is greenish gold, but I used a color changing paint on this. I've got many different layers in this, and I asked for people's honest opinions on what they thought about it. And one woman, which painted this 1,000 times better than me, she's a professional painter, told me the truth about what she thought about it, and I'll pull it up on the screen in a minute, but I have to do some more touch-up on it and put some more colors in it and try to make it look better. I think it looks great, but I'm always trying to improve on my painting skills, and I like people to be truthfully honest if they know what's wrong with what I'm doing and tell me. And that's exactly what she did. So I need to work on that. So let me pull it up on the screen here. Okay, first off, let me show you the one that she did. Now, here's the one that she painted. I'll show off some different pictures of it here. She posted this on my Facebook group and on a few other groups. And I guess she didn't airbrush any of this. It's all hand painted. Got some beautiful colors in it. Yeah, it came out really nice. And then when I asked for everybody's opinion, here's what I got. It says, I'm going to give you more criticism than others, Jerry. Don't take it personally. The painting looks flat, lack of depth and hues. I don't know what the word hues means. It seems you are not above the flat tint step. Take more time and try to improve on that. Otherwise, good print. And then I went on to say that the dragon was painted in a color shift paint over black, a gold tint sprayed over that with a black wash. And she replied, yes, a regular way to paint metal, but it does not show a lot of contrast between shadows and highlights. And I'm talking of the female character too. The skin tone is in particular can improve. Good luck with future ones. So yeah, I'll do my best to try to make things work better as I go along. And I appreciate the comment to find out what I'm doing wrong. So I don't have anybody here to teach me. I just kind of figure it out as I go. So what's everybody been working on? So I invited like 20 different people to drop in today. So maybe some of those will pop in and they'll show me what they got going on and talk to all you. But other than that, just kind of hanging out. I was watching Netflix a little bit ago, watching a movie on Netflix, and I'm tinkering on the droid, and I'm working on the resin print. I went into Tinkercad. I made a lid for my wife on the box. Here's a test print I did on the CR10 Max. It has a rip right in the middle of the bed on the stock build surface, so it's got a knot, a little nick right there. And this would have been a cube if I would have finished it, but I just want to check out the layers on it. But I'm using some Jesse PLA printed solid, and it came out really nice. I see no layer line issues in it. It, came out beautiful. It's like 3% infill. So I'm printing my wife's lid for her little box out of the same material. And I need to get a build mat for it. So maybe when my wife goes down to Florida in June, she's going to go to Trevor's business in Florida there, and she might pick me up I might buy a build plate from him, and she can bring it back in her suitcase, because when I checked on TH3D, which I have affiliate credit, I could buy one from him. The shipping is like $60 or $70. It's just ridiculous. I mean, God, everything has went up in the world, and yeah, so is shipping prices. Just really ridiculous. And I can't find a build mat on Amazon that's 450 by 450 a flex plate. I don't see one anywhere because I enjoy 2-day shipping on Amazon. Usually 2-day shipping. Sometimes it's longer, and it's free, but it's not free. I pay 120 a year for Prime. So if you order enough, it's kind of like it's free. So, and I do order quite a bit from them, probably more than I should. Just installed a reed switch for the V install 15 prints, and the bed still looks good on my Ender 3. Awesome. Very cool. Ender 3 is a great little printer. And I've ordered a Prusa Mini, as most of you know, here a couple months ago. I got donations from everybody in the community, and I ordered it back on February 23rd. It's been 2 months, 8 weeks. And when I ordered it, it said it takes 16 weeks. So I've got 2 more months to go on the Prusa Mini kit. I ordered the kit, which will be pretty much everything's in pieces, everything other than a 50-15 fan. I mean, it's all pieces. You save $50, but you got to wait an extra 8 weeks or 12 weeks, which makes no sense. Since they build the printers from kits, why in the hell would it take so long to get a kit in the mail? But I shouldn't bitch. I knew that when I ordered it. I knew that was going to happen because it said it was going to happen. I just checked it before the stream. It still says on back order. So one of these days, I will get a Prusa Mini kit. I will have someone come in with me as a guest to talk to chat and me while I'm building, and then I'll spend a couple hours on live stream building the printer. And that will be my first one I've actually built on a live stream. I usually tape all my builds, edit them, which usually takes a really long time, and then throw them up. What's cool about a live stream is just wham, bam, done. It's posted, and you don't have to go through the 2 or 3 day process or 8-hour process of editing. So speeds things up. You're binging Chernobyl on HBO the other day. Excellent series. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. So, yeah, I love been watching all kinds of different shows. So I'm right now watching a war movie about the Iraq War. It's got Matt Damon in it. I forget the name. It's on Netflix. Let me see. It's called Green Zone. That's what I just started watching. Let's click down another tab. I used to watch TV quite a bit in the living room on my big screen, but I sit in there all day, watch TV, and nothing's getting done. So now I started watching everything on my big monitor here, and then I can kind of work in the room and do stuff while I'm watching. I accomplish more. I don't just keep my chair warm all the time. So that's been pretty cool. And here's the link again to StreamYard. Going to be like pop in, hang out, chit chat. Very welcome. And anybody out there that's resin printing, what I've been using, when I first got my Elegoo Mars, I was using PTFE lube on the FET, and I would wipe it off with a blue shop towel to help stop or reduce the popping, the suction problems. But when I went to a mid-size printer, that did not work for me. I switched to Rain-X, as Chewy and a couple other people recommended. Go to Rain-X. This stuff was like magic. I just squirt a little bit on. I take a blue shop towel, which are softer than a paper towel you have in your kitchen. I wipe out the vat really good. I wipe the bottom of it with the excess that's on the towel, and it almost eliminates all the popping problems. So I love this. And then whenever I clean out the vat, I completely scrape it out. I filter it back into a bottle. I use Glass Away cleaner. It's a foaming white cleaner. It's a spray foam basically, and it works really good. You can dump a little IPA in and wipe it out. This works so much better for me. So whether it's my tools, the table that I'm working on, anything, I spray this foaming glass cleaner on it, wipe it up with a blue shop towel. It's good to go. This stuff is magic. You can use it on, obviously, you can use it on everything in your house, your mirrors, your cars, whatever. But this works great for resin. So I just wanted to let everybody know that's what I use, and it works great for me. I'm no expert or authority on anything. I just know what I use. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. So. Yoav, how you doing? Hello. Yeah, I seen you on Dan's live stream this morning. I watched it after the fact for a little bit. So I'm not sure what you're printing, but you're printing something big there. So yeah, if you want to pop in and hang out, you're very welcome to. I just posted a link there. Yeah, I was sleeping when Dan was streaming this morning. My wife had mentioned she was in chat, so I watched about 3/4 of it, got most of it out of the way. So anyway. I noticed Dan was making a comment, something about the cat's being in the bathroom with him. It's like, dude, close the door. It solves that problem. You know, my dog's not going to the bathroom when I'm in the bathroom. I close the door. That's why there's a door. So anyway. Yeah, and I seen he was working with his laser there in the background, and his wife came in the room, his dog came in the room, and it's a diode laser, but I didn't see any kind of any cardboard or anything up, so everybody's looking at that diode laser. You know, that's a good way to go blind. I don't know how badly a diode laser could hurt your eyes or animals, but you really should put a shield up or something, cardboard or something, so they can't accidentally look at that to be safe. And I didn't see anything like that on the stream, so hopefully he'll put up something around it. When I test with my diode laser, I got a piece of a cardboard box. I put in front of it on a counter about this high behind me. Well, it's back here where these other printers are. And I don't think you can see it in the picture. No, you can't see it. Well, yeah, you can see part of it. That Yoda's there is leaning against it. That's Ender 3 I put a diode laser on. I put a piece of cardboard up so my animals or me can't accidentally look at it. And then I'm always wearing my laser glasses around it. So then my K40 in another room, which I have over here where my resin printers are, I wear glasses whenever I walk in the room. Even though it has a lid that's enclosed, just to be safe, I throw on my glasses. There's somebody outside revving up their engine or doing something. Usually it's planes flying around, but I don't usually hear them on the weekends. So what else is new, everybody? Maybe my wife will come out here and talk to me in another chair to wait and keep my conversation going. But yeah, I'm just not doing much. I'm just tinkering on my robot here and working on the resin print. Need to do a little more painting. I need to clean the room up. My wife has complained about my bench over here that I brought in and built. It's just piled up with stuff. You can't even use it as a workbench. It's not organized. I've got little drawers and I've got bins, but I don't know. I just need to take everything off and try to put everything away where I can find it. And I don't need to order any more parts for the next droid until I see what I got. Since I got paid on the first of the month, I got back on Amazon, ordered a few parts to build the next bot we're doing. I'll show you a picture of it here in a minute. I'll pull it up. That'll be the next one that we're starting here. We live stream next Friday, and we'll be showing off different things we have done for that for the next few weeks after that. It's a drinks bot. It kind of drives itself around. It's got tracks on it, similar to the bot we're doing now. Little robot on the top, and in the back you can put 2 sodas or beers or something in it. It pops up the lid and it pops up the can where you can come and grab it. It's really cool. Called a drinks bot. It has another name, but I forget what Sam Prentice named it. But he gave it the name, and Michael Badelli, Mr. B, called it that. So, and here's the one we're working on right now. This is the egg bot, or scramble as they call it, is the one that we're all finishing up right now. And our live stream will be next Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, where we'll be doing probably our last stream on that, talking about what we've got done. Everybody will show it driving, making music or no music, and lighting up or not lighting up. So, yeah, it's really cool. Been a lot of fun. Mr. Mr. B's Patreon we pay $5 a month on a Patreon. It's a great deal. He's got a lot of awesome STLs and prints, and he designs everything, and it's really cool. And they got a great Facebook group over on Facebook. So anyway, what else to show you here? Okay, here's my wife and Sandy, one of my dogs. This was taken quite a while back, and she's holding a little model of a COVID thing. I printed off Thingiverse, but that's Sandy Lulu, we call her. I named her Sandy. My wife threw on the Lulu part, so I call her Sandy Lulu. And then here's a picture of both my dogs. Here's Sandy and Akita staring at me. I'm holding my phone, and I have a treat or a cookie or something in my hand, and that's why they're staring at me, not moving. They're like, okay, give me the cookie, give me the cookie. So, and here's that messy bench. But here it's actually cleaned off. You can see the front of it. You can see the blue mat. When I look over there now, that's completely pretty much covered up. So that's pretty organized right there. Hey, we got a man popping in. Hello, you all.
Hello.
How you been?
I'm good. Wait. Sorry.
No problem. Yeah, I'm glad you could join me. I see you've been popping in on streams a little bit here and there, but you haven't been on
when I can. It's
okay.
Like now 10:30 p.m.
Oh, okay. And usually I stream later and you're already asleep. Okay.
No, I'm not asleep. I'm actually seeing you a lot. but I cannot join because I have other people in the house.
Okay. What are you printing?
The clock spring torture toaster of hot makes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember you said this morning you have zero infill in it, right?
Yes.
Excellent.
I'm printing it zero infill because I don't have the time. It's 290% for the biggest. And I didn't have time to print it with infill. But it's going great.
I believe you're talking about a hot end, and I'm not sure with the Dragonfly. I'm not sure what that is. So I'm sorry I don't have an opinion, Dominic. I run stock hot ends on everything I own. I haven't upgraded any of my hot ends to anything other than what came on them stock. Because usually if they're not broke, I don't replace them. So if something works for me, I usually stick with it. I just got Anycubic Churon doing a bed level now. Awesome. Very cool, Dwayne. And DeWitt says he was driving or he would pop in. Yeah, don't pop in while you're driving. But if I'll be here for 2 or 3 hours. You're very welcome to later. The toaster. Oh, is that the big toaster? Yoav, is that the big toaster everybody's been making?
Yes, it's the torture toaster of Clock Spring.
Oh, okay.
We made it for the Edge of Tech for Jim.
Yeah. Yes, I've seen that. Yes.
Hot makes. And they have a contest with the Thanks. Thanks to Thanks, 100 USD dollar.
Yes.
US dollar, and for the biggest 100 and 100 for the smallest.
Wow.
So I'm trying to beat Kersey.
Kersey
has the biggest one yet.
You could do the smallest one on a resin printer, make it really tiny, but then a lot of people would be doing that.
No, because you have to make it work. The doors has to close, the gear needs to turn, the toast needs to pop.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
So you're about, what, 2.5 days into that now?
3 days and 2 hours.
Okay. Couple more days, you'll be done.
Yeah, but I have only a couple more days. Monday night, my Monday night.
Yes.
They're streaming.
Okay, it's Saturday here in Las Vegas in the U.S. What is it, Sunday where you're at?
Saturday, but at night.
Okay. And you're in Israel or Egypt?
Israel.
That's what I thought. My wife says, no, he's in Egypt. I said, no, he's in Israel. I just sent him a letter.
It's not. Yeah, I got it, by the way. Thank you.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, those stamps I buy at the post office, they're like $1.20 and they go anywhere in the world. So they're not expensive.
Nice.
They're all the same. So anybody that's out of the U.S., I just put one of those stamps on it and mail it. So I'm glad it made it to you okay. I sent one to
my dog ate one.
Yeah. I sent one to Tom Lama a long time ago and he got it. It was all wet. I guess the mail got wet where he was. And I should have put it in a plastic
maybe
bag.
Rain or something.
Yeah, the mailman got the mail wet. It's not good.
So you started with resin straight away?
No, when I got into 3D printing.
Yeah.
When I started 3D printing, I had a CR10 about 4.5 years ago. And then it's like, wow, cool. I was having fun with it. And then about a month later, then I bought another CR10 because it was taking too long on one printer to get done. So then I got 2 and then I got 3 and then I bought an Ender 3 and I really liked it when the Enders came out. And then a place here in Las Vegas had Amazon returns and I went and I got on an auction. I bidded and I won 2 or 3 Ender 3s. And then TiVo sent me out a TiVo to review. And then Creality sent me out an Ender 3 V2 to review. And then I built a Hypercube. And then I got a Elegoo Mars resin printer, the small one, when the price came down, when they first came out. And it was really cool. And then when I could afford it, then I got the bigger Frozen Mighty 4K. It was $500, mid-size, and that's a good size. And then I got the Anycubic, which was more than that, but now they're on sale. And a mid-size resin printer is great. And it's not hard to work with resin. You just got to pay attention to what you're doing, be clean, wear your gloves, wear glasses, you know. Like I say, and then I put Rain-X on the FET because of suction. When it cures, it pops and pulls. And this eliminates that. It takes care of most of it. And then I clean stuff with either IPA or glass cleaner, and it's easy. It's nothing hard. Then break off all the supports. I clean it in mean green or IPA, completely dry it, then cure it, and then you're good to go. And if you don't want to paint it, and then if you want to paint it, you have to primer the model like you would FDM. You prime it and then just paint and go from there. When I printed this dragon, oops, almost dropped it. When I printed the dragon, she was in, let's see, her chest and was in one piece. Legs were separate. The head was separate. And then her hair was two pieces. The dragon was three pieces. I have the base, the midsection, and the head. And it's all been hollowed out except for the hair and these arms weren't. Let's see. I think the arms were solid and the hair was solid. It's small. But I don't want this to be solid resin. That's too much money. So I made it 3 millimeters thick, which is fairly heavy. And I got the base hollowed. I got holes in the base here where I drained it and flushed it out really good. So
yeah, I saw the video.
Okay.
The time lapse.
Yeah. That's each time lapse was like 300 pictures.
A lot of work.
And then when you put it in the movie studio program, then it makes a video out of it. It takes all the pictures and makes a video, and then I go in and set how fast I want it to come out of the resin. I can make it go slow or I can make it go really fast. I can, I kind of guess what looks good and kind of go from there.
Yeah, I actually have, I bought a Pi to connect to it, but I'm scared to do it because of all the USB problems of the CR6 SE, the baby of it.
Oh, that's the CR6 SE there?
This one is the Max, the CR6 Max.
Oh, okay.
It can print 400 by 400 by 400.
That's a good size.
Yeah, that's why I can print 290%.
Yeah. Yeah, my CR10 Max I bought used from a friend is 450 by 450. My Hypercube
by 500.
By 500. But then the braces that are on the front restrict, when the hot end goes up, it can't go all the way to one side, so it restricts its height because of the braces.
Oh, okay.
And on yours, the braces are in the back, so they're not in the way. If they were in the front, they might be in the way of the hot end when it goes back and forth.
Yeah, to the left and right, yeah. On the
I kind of wish I had a 500 if I ever want to make an R2D2, the robot R2D2. It's 18 inches for the dome. And I need a 500 by 500, so my 450 is not quite big enough.
Ooh, I plan to do it also.
Yeah, resin, there's not much odor from resin. Sometimes you can smell it, sometimes you don't notice it. Depends on the brand. ZYLTECH that I'm currently using, it has very low odor. I can barely notice it. Some people are more sensitive to odors than others. But my house is well ventilated, and I do have a Lennox air filter on the floor that I run in that room that should help it a little bit. But some resins have a bad odor, and some you barely notice. And I understand just because you can't smell it doesn't mean it's not going to hurt you. It could still be harmful, and you wouldn't even be able to smell it. But I don't think there's any real risk with what I'm currently doing. It's like I say, it's well ventilated. So what kind of work do you do for a living, Yoav?
It's basically I'm working at a museum. It's called the Israeli Children Museum. If you maybe heard, there was, I don't know if you have it in Vegas, but a museum of activity museum, like a dialogue in the dark.
Okay.
So what I'm working with, it's old people. The exhibit talking about old people, about aging. I'm not the guide, but I'm outside guide. I'm manage time and people get the people in and out the exhibit and stuff like that.
Okay. Very cool.
And I'm an industrial design student.
When you order stuff, you don't have, obviously you don't have Amazon over there, do you? I mean, where do you have to order from? Everything out of the country, or?
Well, we do have Amazon.
Oh, you do?
It started a few years ago. They start shipping here, but the shipping is very expensive.
So you can't buy Prime and get free shipping?
No, Prime doesn't work for us like that.
Wow. How long does it usually take to get something from Amazon? Average?
2 weeks to a month, month and a half. It depends also on the post office here. Usually it came here to the country, but it takes a long time to get to the customer.
Wow. Yeah, there's 2 warehouses for Amazon in Las Vegas. Sometimes I get stuff the next day, sometimes 2 days, sometimes 3 or 4 days.
I wish. This one I had to ship to the US and then from the US to me. It took a long time.
Wow.
And a lot of money.
SPC 3D, hello, how you doing?
Hello, SPC 3D. I spent around 350 USD to ship it to me.
Wow.
Just to ship it. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to order a flex plate from TH3D Studios for my Macs, you know, the metal plate. And it's thin. It's just big. It's like $60. It's like, no, this pandemic, everything is crazy on prices. Everything is going nuts.
I checked it as well. I thought right away to change it to a flexi plate. But the prices for this size, with shipping to me, it will cost me around 100 USD.
Wow, it's crazy.
For the set.
If you have any friends that's going on a trip, or if you go on a trip somewhere where you can buy one, then they can bring it back in their suitcase.
Now there is not so much trips.
Yeah.
But yeah, if they were trips, I wish I could go to Earth.
How is crime in your city? Is it pretty low? I mean, when I watch the news and I see things in other countries, a lot of things look dangerous. Is it fairly safe to go out where you live?
No, it's safe. It's safe. We don't have a huge crime here.
Okay.
You don't hear a lot about murder or kidnap or stuff like that.
Okay.
Usually, what you hear about is somebody avoided tax or stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, like every country, we do have murders. We do have bad stuff.
Yeah, I remember years ago here in the United States, you never heard about looting and rioting, and now it's constant. It's a constant thing. It used to be in the UK all the time, and now you watch the news here, and it's happening here all the time too. So it's always something.
Yeah. Well, they opened Vegas and the Strip and everything. They even close it?
Yeah, it was shut down for a long time. No cars. All the casinos were shut down. Everything. Yeah.
I was one before the pandemic, like 4 years ago. I was 1 week in Vegas.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, but the problem is I was alone. It's only me in Vegas. I don't recommend it to anybody.
Well, if you go with somebody, you have more fun. Or if you knew somebody, they can show you around and stuff.
Now I know.
It's a city like any other city, except if you want to gamble and do all that other stuff, it's there. And the rest of the city is just like everywhere else. I don't go on the Strip much. I worked in construction for many years on the Strip, building the hotels and things like that. But I don't usually go on the Strip now because I don't like traffic. I don't like all the traffic, and it's hard to find somewhere to park and all the walking. I just don't do it much. Usually when I go anywhere, I try to do it in the morning before there's lots of traffic and things get busy. But yeah, at one point they had the Strip shut down. They showed on the news there was no cars, no people, completely shut down everything. The casinos were dark, most of them. Some of them left the lights on just so they'd light up the areas. But yeah, pretty crazy. So things are starting to get better, I hope. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And then after this is all over, there's going to be an asteroid next time. Or a meteor or something crazy will happen. I don't know.
Finally, the sun will win.
Yeah. Hard to say. And then SpaceX, I've been waiting for a week for SpaceX to take off on SN15, and they didn't do it today, so now maybe Monday. I want to see it go up and come back down and land, you know?
Yeah.
I'm watching that a lot on YouTube. Oh, wow. Filament going up. Yeah, I used to buy from ZYLTECH all the time, and before all this happened, their filament was usually $15.99 a roll on average. Now it's $21.99 a roll. So yeah, everything just keeps going up and up. But my Droid projects, I've been buying from a company in the U.S. called GST 3D. It's all PLA plus, and they still have the special 10 rolls for $100 free shipping. So if you pay through your debit or Visa card, it's free shipping. If you pay through PayPal, then I think it's $12 a roll because they're getting more charges on PayPal. And I ordered 10 rolls from them. And when I first started printing on 2 printers, I had a clogging issue. So I swapped out the brass nozzles, 0.4, and then I've had no problems since then. The print's fine. It's all PLA plus. And I'm printing at 215 and 60 on the bed. So. And then the gloves that I used to buy that were $5.99, the blue gloves for resin, they're $20 now at Harbor Freight. They went up to $20 and you get half as many gloves. So they cut down the quantity. The box is still big. It's kind of like cereal when they shrink the size a little bit and jack the price up, you know?
But it's everything now, even the food.
Yeah, everything is crazy. Everything is expensive. Yeah, my son is looking to buy a new truck, and the truck is like $10,000 higher than it should be. It's like $48,000. Ridiculous. When I bought my Toyota Tacoma in 2008, which I don't have it anymore.
Which truck is it for 48?
It's a Dodge four-door, a Dodge 2-wheel drive, full-size pickup. It's like $48,000. It's crazy. Yeah, I use whatever filament has the best price, whatever saves me money that works good. But yeah, GST 3D is made in Florida. I'm not sure where the pellets come from, but they do have a plant in Florida, a production line. They got like 3 plants in the world, and one of them is in Florida. But it's all PLA plus.
I never used PLA plus. I did use PLA and silk. I love the silk.
Yeah. Silk filament's usually more brittle. I tried Aeron for a long time, and it's more brittle, and sometimes it would clog my extruder. I'd have a bad batch and have like a knot in it, and it hit the filament runout sensor, and it gets stuck. But silk print's really nice. Nice finish.
Yeah, I just love it. I can sit for hours and don't know the time by just looking at the printer print.
So what other hobbies do you have? 3D printing, and what other hobbies do you like to do?
Oh, okay. I'm a magician.
Oh, cool.
And I know juggling.
Wow.
How to juggle.
Yeah, I tried to learn. I could never figure out juggling. But when I was a kid, I was into magic a lot. I had lots of magic books and lots of small tricks, and I built a few props. I used to love magic when I was a kid.
Well, I have a lot. It's fun. I have a collection of over 700 different decks, closed, sealed. But yeah, I'm also a magician.
Yeah, I went to the Rio and I seen Penn and Teller, my wife, and I wasn't impressed. I didn't think it was that good. I went in person, Penn and Teller, and it's like, okay.
I don't know which show you saw of them, but Penn and Teller are, they don't care about making you like, whoa, what they do.
Yeah.
It's not like try to fool you.
Yeah.
They're trying to make you laugh and have a good time. Yeah.
So when you juggle balls? How many can you juggle at one time?
I less like to juggle balls, but I do know how to use 3 balls. I do know how to use a flower stick, or it's called the devil stick. They have different ending. It's the 3 sticks that you're using like so. I can show you. Wait a sec.
Okay. Cool. We're going to see some juggling on the 3D printing channel. Awesome. I love things that are different. So awesome. Very cool. Having pull out some fire sticks and one of them lands on his printing price, his toaster. That'd be bad. So, because I don't think he has a fire extinguisher yet. He was talking about that this morning on Dan's channel. But yeah, everybody has a 3D printer. It's very rare you would ever have a problem. It has usually thermal runaways enabled, and but you should always have an extinguisher somewhere close by in case there ever was an issue. Even if it's what's it called, a halon, I think it is, where it takes away the oxygen and shuts it down. Oh, cool. Here, I'll make you full screen. Cool.
Yes, Penn Gillette is also a juggler.
Looks like a baton.
This one is a flower stick. You have 2 rods, and you do this. But yeah, I do know how to use stuff that it's basically a broomstick. And I do know how to use Diablo. It's the one that's spinning on the string.
Okay, cool. Very nice.
Yeah, and I do know how to sing, play the guitar, play the piano, play the harmonica. I know how to ride horses.
You should have a YouTube channel and have all this on your YouTube channel.
I'm not good at making videos.
You just set up the camera just like you're talking to me, and you just start playing, and you post it like that. You don't even have to talk much. Just do your thing and then post the video.
I will think about it. I don't know. There is a lot of people that are in YouTube. What can I offer that others didn't offer yet?
People just love watching content. I mean, you could be doing the dishes and somebody would hang out with you just because and talk because that's what people do. People love YouTube. Whenever I look something up or want to know how to do something, I go to YouTube and I see if somebody done a video on it. It doesn't mean that they done it right. It means they're giving me an idea, and then I can read the comments and see what people say. Well, maybe he should have done this or done that. But I learned a lot off YouTube. And when I first started streaming, I used to get really nervous. I'd go live, I'd get a pain on my back, and I was nervous sitting there talking to the camera, but it's no big deal. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, okay, I will check it.
Because you already have a YouTube channel. By you being on YouTube right now, you have a channel with your name. So all you have to do
of course, you have to have a YouTube channel in YouTube.
All you have to do is post one thing. Just film anything that you're doing and say, hey, I'm making a cool toaster here. What do you guys think? And you could even use your phone and you upload that, and then you get some views and do another one, and then eventually you learn how to get better and better at what you do. It's a lot of fun. You don't have to, but it's a lot of fun.
I like people. That's why I like so much juggling or magic. I like to be on stage or in front of people and show them stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome. You'd be perfect for YouTube.
Maybe not. I don't know.
That way you always be remembered. Hey, we got somebody else popping in. We've got Dan the Man. Hey, Dan.
Hey,
Dan. What's up?
I got something to say to you. I watched 3/4 of your stream after I woke up.
Yeah.
I know it's a diode laser, but don't look at the laser without your glasses. Don't let your dog look at that laser. You're risking everybody's eyes.
Yeah, no, he didn't even care. When he was in here for that little bit, he didn't even look. And yeah, we don't really look at it. When I look back, I'm not actually looking at the laser.
Yeah.
And I know that a lot of people say that, a lot of people say that the light that's given off, even though you're not looking at the laser, the light that's given off will still harm your eyes. And I get that. And I know the risk.
Just a little piece of cardboard.
I had it all wrapped in cardboard for a while, but this was just like a quick order. Otherwise, if like the last order was like 40 pieces, so I was like, okay, I tape boxes up around it, and But at some point here behind me, I'm going to finish that when lumber's not costing. It's not going to cost me like $200 to just build this little piece in here. When lumber prices go down, then I'll build that in, and that's where lasers are going to go. And I'm going to build up a little bit in the front, kind of like this piece is here. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing on the other side over here, so I can actually take the plywood and go up a little bit. Build a little bit of a wall there, and then I can reach over to work.
I had a full sheet of 5/8 drywall in the garage, and I only cut a little piece out of a while back, and it's in my way. So I took a razor and I sliced it up and put it in the garbage. I'm thinking, wow, I'm throwing away a lot of money the way prices went up, but I didn't need it. It was in my way.
Yep.
It's ridiculous how much things went up.
I got something in the mail today, and I'm contemplating filing a claim to return it, but I did not get a haircut. I was going to, but when I went over to town to get a haircut, the wait time was 57 minutes. I was like, I'll try tomorrow, because this weekend and next weekend are prom for the high schools around here. So a lot of guys are trying to get in and get that quick trim to look good. So I was like, I'm not going to try and fight with a bunch of high school kids going to prom. I'll wait till tomorrow when it's Sunday. They'll be open in the morning for a couple hours. I'll swing in the morning, knock it down. And if not, one night after work on my way home, I can swing by and get a haircut. But wanted to show you, Jerry, I got something in the mail, and I'm contemplating filing a return on it. See if it'll focus.
It's a Big Tree Tech something, probably. ZZ Boo, Big Tree Tech 5.28.
SKR. It's the SKR2 board, that new one that came out that's having all the problems with the TMC drivers.
Wow.
The best part was I got this. I posted on the Big Tree Tech Facebook group saying, I got this, and I ordered a bunch of 2209s to go along with it. What's up, Viking?
Hey,
but I
Viking.
ordered a bunch of 2209s that I was going to install on here as well. Well, I got a message on Facebook from Big Tree Tech saying, don't do that. And I messaged back saying, okay, why? Then turn around, and I got a message from the guy on Amazon that I bought it from, sending me all of the release notes saying that because of their reverse driver technology, the chip that they put in, they're having problems with it burning up the TMC chips, and to not put TMC chips on it. I'm like, okay, great. They're like, if you're the guy I got it from, he sent me a thing with 3 different steps to take if I want to use TMC drivers with it. One of them is, it says to go into the firmware and disable the reverse chip option in Marlin, because Big Tree Tech had this written into Marlin. It says to go into the advanced.adv or the ADV, the H, the config h.adv file, go in there and disable it. The other option is to remove the MOSFET, actually, desolder it from the board, and then solder, like patch in the pins. You're supposed to take, it's a 4 to 4. It's a one, or there's 4 pins, and it goes 1 to 1, 2 to 2, 3 to 3, and 4 to 4 through this MOSFET. Well, you're supposed to take it out and connect 1, 2, and 3 together on one side and leave 4 out. And then on the other side, you connect 1, 2, 3, and 4, and you connect all 7 of those pins together. And then you still have to disable it in the firmware. You still have to do that. And then you have to apply a bunch of different jumpers to different parts on the board.
Too much of a headache. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the last option was you can contact them, and they'll send you the new MOSFET. And then you can just desolder it and solder the new one back on. And their support will walk you through how to do that. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, if I'm an average Joe who has this skill level to unplug a connection, plug a connection back in, to turn a screwdriver to loosen and reconnect a wire, and that's the extent of my skill, and I bought this board for the upgrade option, and you just handed me, you just handed me your quality control, you're pardon my mouth, but that's a shit move. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a terrible thing to do. You shouldn't do that. Like, it should be, look, we screwed up, send us the boards back. We'll have our warehouse replace the MOSFETs at no extra charge you, or we'll send you out one, and when you receive the new one, we'll have a return label, send the other one back to us. And then they can just use those going forward for replacement units for someone who has a problem with it under a warranty down the road. You know what I mean? So all these screw ups could be used as a warranty replacement down the road, and that's my suggestion to them. So my thought is, I'm not going to bother going through any of their steps. What I'm going to do is, I ordered it off Amazon. The Kohl's, there's a Kohl's store right across the river from me, about 15 minutes away. I can file the return on Amazon, drive over there, drop it off, and by the time I get back home, I've got the credit on my account. And then I'll just go buy a 1.4 turbo, and I'll be losing out on some of the features from the 2, but I'll still have a board that doesn't have any issues.
You knocked out his clear goes. Okay. I thought your camera went out for a minute while you're cleaning it. Yeah, okay. Looks good.
No, that's good.
Where's your FL Sun? Did you get rid of it? I heard you traded it, or was that a different Delta?
That was a different Delta.
Okay.
Yeah, the FL Sun's right there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm not getting rid of that one. I like that one. That's for the money and for how hard or how easy it is to set up.
Yeah, it prints great.
I would not recommend it. I still wouldn't recommend a Delta to someone as a first printer. But I would definitely recommend, if I was going to recommend a Delta as a first printer to someone, that would be it. You know what I mean? Like, that one is, the setup on it is super easy. It's, so far, everything I've sent to it, I do have to go through the leveling again and pull that back just a little bit. It's still a little too close. So some of my prints are, the first layer squish is a little too good.
Yeah.
So I gotta go back and adjust my first layer squish a little bit. But other than that, it's been a solid little machine. I can't complain.
Yeah, I got my Max probably up and running. I didn't know how to properly level the bed with that ZYLTECH. So I got a hold of Navari Trevor. He dropped into a private stream yesterday and walked me through it. So I'm printing a little deal for my wife, a box for her. And then my Hypercube, I'm printing 60 TPU tracks for the next droid build we're doing. And the CR10 in the corner is reprinting where you put the 2 Coke cans in, or beers, for the drink droid that we build where the droid pops up. I have a filament sensor on that blue CR10, but I didn't have it hooked up yesterday. And I went to the store and I came back. and it's printing in midair. I had a short piece of filament just stuck in the center laying on the table, and I didn't have it hooked up. I was like, man, it ran out of filament. So,
it's like, damn it, lesson learned.
you grab something to show you all.
What's up, yo? How you doing, bud?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, I saw you. Almost 12 hours ago.
Here's
something like that.
Here's my emergency fire extinguisher right here in a can.
Nice.
Rather than having a great big giant one, this is my emergency fire extinguisher, which I had to go find it. I need to put it back in the kitchen. If I ever have an issue and a printer doesn't shut down, which has thermal runaway, they will. But if there's ever a problem, I'll grab this and blast it.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to buy a fireball for $80 or $100. And the reviews on those, half the time they say they don't work properly. You know, where they have an alarm and they explode and you got white powder in your whole room that puts anything out. There's no guarantee that they always work, but something by hand usually always works.
If you remember to use it.
Yeah. Well, I had a droid last week on the floor. I set it up and I had hooked something up wrong on it and it caught on fire on me. I put too much voltage through the speed controller and it smoked and it had a flame about this tall. So my first reaction was hurry up and unplug the battery, which I did because I don't want the battery to blow up. Yeah. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, should I grab my phone and try to hurry up and record this? You know, I would have been cool, but I would have lost my battery while I was trying to mess with my phone. So I missed taping it.
Yeah.
If you have a security camera, maybe it's there.
Actually, I do have a camera that might. That's right. I do have a camera across the kitchen that might have seen it. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, you're right. I do got a camera that could have seen it. And I was thinking about maybe getting a YouTube channel going because I guess he's a musician, he's a juggler, he's a magician. And I told him, he said, I don't like talking to the camera. I said, well, you're live streaming right now. Just set up a camera and do whatever you do and post a video. It'd be awesome. People would love to see you online. People would love to see everybody online.
Again, I got started doing these just because everybody kept saying, hey, you should do it. So finally I said, okay, I will. And I've met so many people from the community, maybe not face to face, but I've met so many people in the community I didn't think I would ever get a chance to meet and have conversations with them just because I turned on my camera and I started streaming. Because again, guys like Joel, you know what I mean? He's got almost 500,000 subscribers. I never thought I'd ever talk to the guy. And then here I was with less than 100 subscribers and he's in my chat talking to everybody in the chat. And then all of a sudden he's on the stream and he's having a conversation with us. You know what I mean?
Well, you still get to know everybody on a one-on-one like we're doing here. You just haven't seen them right in front of you. But it's the same thing as being on camera. If we ever meet and we've talked enough online, we'll do a fist bump or shake hands, whatever, and we know each other. So it's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, like Chris Riley, I've got a chance to talk to him. Granted, I was on one of Llama's streams, but I got a chance to talk to Chris Riley. I've talked to Jerry. Jerry's one of those guys that I used to watch his YouTube videos before I even, Jerry and Greg were the two guys I started watching when I got into, like I was looking at hypercubes because Jerry had just built his Evo and Greg had built his Evo prior. So I was watching Greg's videos. I was watching Jerry's videos on how to build the Evo. And then I was like, yeah, I'm going to do something based on the hypercube frame, the hypercube design. And having watched Jerry's videos, and then all of a sudden one day I'm sitting there and here's Jerry in the chat like, hey guys, what's up? It's like,
yeah, you started your channel.
Jerry,
I figured I'll pop in. I'll help you grow yourself a little bit. And then when I get tired of showing up, then I'll quit coming. So now we just jump around, help each other out all the time, and just chit chat about whatever. I got a delivery right now. Amazon is in my yard out front. I told him to set it inside the gate, but whatever. He's in my. I'll wait. If I open the door now, the dog will start barking and freaking out. I got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, Jerry, did you see hear my conversation earlier about this one here?
Oh yeah, it's brown, longer brown. They said they don't sell that color, but they sent it to you anyway.
Yeah, it's not on their website. I went to their longer 3D because I figured I might as well do a little bit of homework on it. Yeah. But yeah, Go ahead, man. Like, just start your camera one day and just start streaming. Ain't no reason not to. So anyway, guys, what's new with everybody in chat? How's life? What's going on? By the way, Viking, I don't mean to be a dick, man. Hey, what's going on, brother? Nice to see you. Red Light, nice to see you as well. TK, nice to see you. Brandy, hi, dear. Non-fam, what's up? SPC 3D Steve, what's going on, man? Dominic. And Victor, and just kind of scrolling back through the chat to see who else there. Sweet B, what's up? How you doing, Sweet B?
Hello.
Oh, Gary T, hello. Red Light, how you doing?
Hey,
It's an unboxing.
Ooh, hello. I got lots of goodies in the mail.
It's Gary T. It's unboxing with Jerry.
Yeah.
Stephen Poole.
TK, haven't
Stephen
seen TK around in a while. How you doing, TK?
Yep.
You go through and click on everybody
Scared
here.
everyone away.
Steven, hello. How you doing, Steven? Yeah, let's see what Amazon brought me. You know,
Yep.
My wife said that I don't get it till tomorrow, but she said when you have that on screen, what I'm going to tell you about, I'm going to call you an F and A blankety blank whatever on the screen. Well, I wanted to, you know, Jim has real long hair, right? Obviously, he's young, he's got long hair, and he's always doing this all the time, right, with his hair. And then Brian Vines has long hair, and he's probably just as old as I am, and I'm bald. I've got a white beard, white gray beard goatee. I figured, why not get an 80s punk wig? So I got on Amazon, ordered me a long hair 80s wig. It's gray and white, and I get it in the mail tomorrow. So the next time I live stream, I want to put that long haired wig on and see if it looks good. I'll just wear it during the stream like I'm an 80s punk band. Yeah, and then I can sit there and do this and shake my hair like Brett Long or whatever.
Then you will have hair.
Yeah. Then I'll have long hair like you do. It'll just be white and gray.
She said you would look stupid.
Yeah, she said you'd look stupid. She goes, I did not. I said you'd look stupid.
Okay. All right.
See, Brandy's just as supportive as Sam is when it comes to the whole, like, get on stream with us and then talk ever so pleasantly. Sweet B, I agree.
Okay, this is going to be resin, clear resin from Tritech.
I think
Yoav says when he orders from Amazon, he's got to wait 3 or 4 weeks. That sucks. When I have to wait 1 to 3 days.
I had to wait. I ordered this almost a month ago. It took them almost a month to get it to me, and then on top of it, it was broken. And by broken, I mean from the manufacturer with a faulty part. Jerks.
Did you get a duck?
There was one, yes. That was the only part that they
insurance?
actually followed through on. Is the duck worked? I could like squeeze his little head and it squeaked. So.
Okay, I got this for my little egg bot that I'm working on, my scramble, so I can it'll play music. I got to program the little board so it makes sounds.
Yeah, I think I'm going to file the return on this because I don't want to go through the headache. I mean, granted, I could keep it, get the MOSFET from them. Nice. Got all the little breakouts on there.
Program this, plug it into that.
Yep, and you run all your wires in, screw them down.
It'll be like I did with this one here. I'll show you. Me plug it in.
Yep. It makes life a lot easier when you can just screw them down. You don't have to keep soldering everything together.
Yeah, these I soldered. I printed those in resin, then I glued the lights in, then I had to solder all the capacitors on them, resistors, whatever they were. Yeah, and then this little 88 fruit thing, that goes on one of the eyes, and I got another one of these coming in the mail tomorrow.
This is my problem to jump on to the drone thing, the soldering.
Yeah,
I don't know how to.
How to solder?
Yeah.
It's really not as difficult as your mind makes it out to be. Once you start doing it, you realize that it's the reason you think you can't do it is because you're overthinking it. It's really not a hard process once you start doing it. So get yourself a soldering iron, get yourself some solder, and then just start practice tinning wires. That's the best place to start.
Would you put solder on the tip of the gun first, melt it on the tip? Then when you put that tip on your wires, put your solder on top of your wires, and it will flow and melt right away. If your soldering gun doesn't already have solder pre-tinned on it, pre-melted on it, you're going to be holding solder there for a long time, and nothing's going to happen. It's not going to melt. It's not going to flow. So basically, the solder's on the gun. You're heating up your wires. Put your solder on the other side of it usually, and then it will melt and flow within it. And just pull your gun off, pull your soldering tip away. But don't do like the Chinese lady did on Facebook, I think it was, where it shows her soldering a circuit board and she's holding it up by the tip, which obviously that's like 400 and something degrees. You can't hold it like that. She done it for the photo and it wasn't even holding it properly.
Yeah, I don't think she will have fingers.
Well, it's a shame that wig didn't come today. That'd have been pretty hilarious.
What happened, Betty?
I got a 10-channel receiver I just bought. My others are 6. So I got a 10. That way I can make sounds, make noise. Cool. I love spending money that I don't have. So I spend money that I have, and then in a couple weeks I'm kind of broke for the month, waiting for my pension for the next month to come in. And I get donations here and there a little bit, and I make a little bit off YouTube occasionally. Hey, what's this? Okay, these are more bearings for the droid. They're about the size of a ring that fit my little finger, basically. That's how big the opening is. So that's what I got in the mail today. You go back and catch up with chat. Okay, she likes me bald. Help me. What do you mean, help me? Yeah, like Gary T was saying, put some solder on it, make a thermal bridge, it'll melt right away. And then if you have a big blob of solder hanging down, just wipe it with your gun and kind of wipe it away a couple times and you get it to where you want it. Slide over a piece of heat shrink. I don't use when I melt heat shrink, I just take a barbecue lighter or a Bic lighter and I run it underneath it and it melts the heat shrink. Then I get my fingers wet and then I just cool it down real quick with my fingers. Oh, okay. Jerry buying too much stuff. Yep.
Okay, let's see what happens there, guys. I just filed for a return. Since I didn't buy it directly from Amazon, but through a third-party seller on Amazon, I have to wait for 24 to 48 hours for them to approve my return. Then once they approve my return, they'll then send me out after that instructions on how to return the item to them. And once they receive the item, then, of course, 2 to 3 days later, I will receive my refund.
Yeah, my sister just bought a thermostat for her house off Amazon, third party. It came, she hooked it up, and it wasn't no better than the one she had on the wall. She called up the air conditioning company on a home warranty. They came out, looked at it. They said, your thermostat is bad. Your new one you just bought. They put one on under warranty. She didn't have to pay no more additional money than a $75 service call. Then she sent it back to Amazon through third party. Once they received it, they gave her credit. So it took a few days, but she got her credit, I think, yesterday. So.
Well, that's cool. Well, I'm hoping
in the air.
I'm just kind of hoping that this will go one of two ways. Either A, keep the board, here's your refund. Sorry for the inconvenience. I leave a good Amazon review because that's one good way of dealing with it. You know what I mean? Like they knew that it was bad. They informed me that it was bad. I didn't want to go through the steps or didn't feel as though I should have to go through the steps to fix that. That's not what I bought. I didn't buy a project that required fixing. I bought a project that should work.
Here's my current soldering gun I got off Amazon a few months ago. I had a little tiny thing that looked like a pin that took forever to heat up, and you adjusted it on the handle. And I went to this one. I think it's like 40 or 50 bucks. It works great. Heats up instantly. Whenever I get any flux or anything on the tip or any solder, I just dab it into the steel wool right here, and it cleans off the tip and put it back in. And I use rosin core solder. The current solder that I'm using, I used to put flux on all my wires. I'd dip them in flux, and then I'd melt solder, which makes it flow really quick and easy. But that's not so good to do all the time. So I bought rosin core solder, and I just get the tip hot. I put a little bit on the tip and tin it, put it on my wires that I already have wrapped together, put this on the opposite side of it. It melts and flows right away, and boom, you're done. Then you're going to have a blob on the tip. Just take the tip, clean it real quick, turn it off, or just leave it in until you go to your next part. But yeah, this works great. I didn't do a review or nothing on it because I hadn't really tested. But yeah, it works fine. I had no problem with it. It's called ZYLTECH, TILSWALL. Works great. Had no problems with it. And that's my infomercial. So, and then I, just carry this around the room and plug it in wherever I need to use that. And I've seen a lot of welders out there that are fairly reasonable, and the reviews are terrible on them. So I don't know what's wrong with them, but it looks like a lot of them have went down the drain on the reviews. So I base all my purchases off reviews. I read all the reviews, and I kind of guess from there. So. Mm-hmm. So if they're bogus and fake reviews, well, you don't know what you're getting. So hopefully they're not all bogus. Just got to read through a lot of them and try to make a decision.
Yep.
And then if it's on Amazon, hey, if you got a problem, send it back. It's usually no big deal. It's broke, it doesn't work. So don't say I ordered the wrong thing. Just say it's broke or doesn't work and send it back.
Yep. Agreed.
Hello, Carl. How you doing?
Hey, Carl. I didn't take in count. The handle printed in the air right now.
Looking good.
So I don't know. Yeah, no. We'll see what happens.
How long? We got another guy here in chat. How long shall I leave him sit there while he's waiting on me? He says 10 minutes. Okay. Astro Printer Liam. Hello. How are you doing?
Hey guys, how are you?
Liam?
They didn't launch today. Come on.
No, they can't. Launching on weekend is hard because they need to keep the road open to the beach. So they need to get real exceptions for Saturday launches, unless you can do it early in the morning.
Jason, hello. How you doing, Jason? Anybody else like to pop in and hang out? Here is a link, or you can scroll up.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was late. I was mowing the lawn.
Okay. Yeah, I did that yesterday. I should have watered the backyard down first. Had dust everywhere. And then my dog likes to chase the front wheel and attack the front wheel all the time. So I'm constantly yelling at her, get back, get away. And I'm trying to kick at her with my foot to get her away from the mower.
That's why you put them inside, you lock the door, then you go mow the lawn and nothing's bothering you.
Well, usually, or carry a water bottle, and that works too. My one dog, Sandy, for some reason, I got her when she was like 2.5, 3 years old. And whenever I turn on the garden hose, she runs for the hills. She's afraid of the garden hose.
Oh, my dog doesn't like going into the shower, but she'll play with the garden hose till she's exhausted.
Oh, Dan, does your bathroom have a door on it?
Yeah.
You know that if you closed it, your cats wouldn't bother you.
The problem is they run faster than I can close the door. So as I walk in and I'm closing the door, usually one goes right under my feet and goes right over to the tub and sits down and just waits. And it's like, I'm not going to grab you and throw you out because I'm in here to do something. So I'm gonna take care of that. And then of course there's
you can get a spray called bitter apple. It's just apple flavor, but it's really bitter flavor. Squirt that at the cat will leave it the hell alone. And it's safe. It doesn't hurt them at all.
No, my cats are a special breed of feline. They're not very intelligent. You can spray them with a water bottle, and they will just sit there and look at you and lick themselves while you keep spraying them. They'll lick the water off their fur.
Jason, I got more goodies in the mail. Now I can program some sound later. I got the 10-channel receiver. The other 88 fruit little round doohickeys coming tomorrow. But yeah, you already seen I posted where I had the lights working. I showed them on here, so I got the lights working. I want to wire in that other 88 fruit into this first, and then I can start hot gluing things in the dome. So, but later when I get done streaming, I'll be trying to work on getting the sounds program.
Jerry, what remote control are you using for your droids? Like, what's the controller you're using?
It's called the Fly Sky. It's off Amazon. They're like $50, or I think they're $43 to $50. It's a fairly cheap one. When I used to be an RC, I had a Spectrum DX6i that was around $200 that could program up to 10 different types of airplanes or whatever. This one I thought did 6, but I don't know that it does more than 1. But I thought when I bought this I could store memory on 6 different items, but I don't think I can. But this is fairly reasonable. So if I ever do a big R2 or something like that, which is going to cost $1 zillion, then I'll invest in a real controller like a Spectrum like I had before. Because, you know, the servos on those big droids might cost hundreds of dollars each just for the servos.
I don't have the filament yet, but when I get it, I'll start my full-size droid.
Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing your that Fly Sky one. It looks like Hobby Mate Fly Sky. Looks like it does say that it'll remote control without receivers for 6 to 10 channels. It says default is 6. So I see what you're saying there.
Yeah, I'll have to compare it against the Spectrum. Jason M, which is watching right now, he's on our live streams every week. I think he looked into that. I'm not sure, but this remote should store multiple devices. It shouldn't just be one. It should be able to go to different. You should be able to program more than one droid in it. Should.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like it's $43.90, and then there's a 5% coupon on it right now.
Yeah, he picked up one last night. I think he said $38 on Amazon. He lives here in Vegas also, and Amazon. There's 2 other warehouses in Vegas. It doesn't mean that they have it, but quite often, like sometimes you can get stuff out the same day if you order it in the morning. Hey, and here's the man himself to talk about his stuff. What's going on, Jason?
Hey.
How you doing? Well, have you met Yoav above you? He is over in Israel. He's in Hangouts all the time. He doesn't go on that much, but he's constantly talking to everybody in chat.
Wow.
And I sent him a sticker a while back, and his dog ate it, so then I mailed him another one.
Wait, now, did you use that excuse with your homework also? My dog ate it?
Yeah, when I heard that, like, come on, I've heard that my whole life. My dog ate my homework, my dog ate this, and my dog ate that. Yeah, no problem. It doesn't matter.
I still have it with these bite marks. If you want
to yes, Betty Boop, he is in Israel.
Whereabouts in Israel are you?
In the center, near Tel Aviv. It's
near
called
Tel Aviv,
the city called Givatayim.
I've been to Tel Aviv once.
Yeah, I told him earlier, I said all the movies that I've seen about the Middle East and everything that we see in movies, I'd be afraid to go there. Because it seems
you don't need to be afraid to go there.
But you never know what's true and what's not true.
You should be very afraid to drive there, though.
No, Turkey.
I'm scared to death to ever drive there.
Turkey, you need to be scared to drive.
Turkey, Israel, Egypt. Just shoot me before I go.
Yeah, I find that Turkey's the worst. They drive by horn.
Jason, you were in the service, weren't you?
Yes.
What branch?
Marines.
Okay. Thank you for your service. That's awesome.
Mm.
It depends where in Israel, but yeah.
Yeah, I find Turkey is really bad. Turkey, they drive what they do.
No, Gary, I'm not close to Haifa. Haifa is in the north of Israel.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Turkey, they drive by horn. They get into the car, say, "Bye, honey, I'm off to work." They go, and that's the way they drive all the way to work.
It's connected to the gas pedal. I think the horn is the gas pedal.
Yeah, they drive by
That's how
horn.
they do it.
Yeah, I've seen in China all the scooters everywhere. It's crazy. I hear people are getting hit all the time and on the side of the road, and it's just crazy.
Yeah, sure. Paris
Scooters
is like
everywhere.
that too. Paris is crazy. Like on the Champs Elysees, the top of the Champs Elysees, you have the Arc de Triomphe. You have the roundabout around the Arc de Triomphe, right? The roundabout. There's 6 lanes in the roundabout, right? And normally in a roundabout has to give way to traffic on the roundabout, already on there, right? But in Paris, around that roundabout, around the Champs Elysees, around the Arc de Triomphe, you have to give way to traffic coming onto the roundabout, which is backwards. And if you hit somebody on the roundabout, you have to keep going, because if you stop, you will bring Paris to a standstill, because all roads in Paris merge there. So if you stop on that and you cause a traffic jam, you shut down Paris. So you just keep driving and just give the guy a not so friendly gesture and just keep going, because you will stop Paris if you don't.
Well, the bird is universal language around the world. Everybody knows the bird.
Correct. But the thing is, here you use the peace sign.
It might get you shot. Well, I do peace to everybody. Just hi, how you doing? I used to do that my whole life.
Yeah, but in Ireland, turn the fingers the other way around, and it's telling someone to F off. It means F you is what it means.
Yeah.
So, keep it down, have the rest up. That's opposite.
Okay, I don't get that one. I'm not a local.
Okay, instead of doing this, you're doing this. He said opposite.
He inverted.
No, I mean the 2 fingers opposite.
He meant this is
You
this.
turn
This one
the
is
other way around,
F-U.
and it means F you in Ireland.
Okay, so when rappers do this on screen, it's
Yeah,
okay.
it means
All right.
F you
I didn't know that.
in Ireland is what it means.
That's news to me. Okay. Then people
Dan-
do this all the time, you know.
Well, that's
Dan, you
universal
had
too.
Dan, you had a
In
question about that controller, the RC controller
Yeah.
that Terry has.
Yeah.
If you can store, is that what you were asking? If you can store different receiver profiles?
Me, I was just wondering which one he
Should
was
be able
using. He had mentioned, if he could store a different profile, like how many he could store up to. It says 6, but he
okay.
wasn't certain on that. I was just more or less asking which controller he was using, because with you guys doing all these bots and stuff, I'm thinking that as a man with ADD and never enough projects, I can't finish anything, but I want to start a million things. So I figured if I was to venture off into, doing something RC related, whether it be building a droid like you guys are doing or anything, like what he was using for a controller.
Gotcha.
Great
It's a
receiver
decent
for the
controller. It works pretty well. There's two versions. There's the i6 and the i6X. The i6 is 6 channel. The i6X is 10 channel. It defaults to 6 in the settings. You just need to go in and turn on the other 7, 8, 9, to however many you're going to use. You can turn them on past 6, and then you can store, I think, 20 different receivers into it, and you name them. So as you go in, you just go in through the memory and you pick the one that you want to use, turn it on, and it'll just connect to that receiver.
Okay, so all my bots should work with this one receiver. And then if I would build a real R2D2, which would cost an arm and a leg, I might as well buy a Spectrum and do it right.
Yeah, if you build a real
Bot,
then get a real
receiver
controller.
go with it.
Yeah.
If you're out in public and you got something for $50,
get a
and here gets
Spectrum or
something down the
Futaba
road
or
for a
something.
couple
Yeah.
thousand and wrecks. It's like, why'd you buy that? Yeah.
And the other thing you must remember as well, on the R2, there's a lot more components that are interactive. So when you if you do a build of the R2, you have the head that moves, you have the eye that can actually pivot, you have the doors that can open, and actually the another part that comes out that interface with the computer, the round part that comes out and spins, that can interact. You have a whole pile of other stuff. In the head, you have, remember the eye that came up out of the head, like a
little radar kind of.
Yeah,
dish
all
thing.
of that is actually in the full build. So you need servos for all of that to activate them.
How many? But here's the question: as a guy who's kind of, just asking questions to understand better as we go forward and not knowing much about it, with each one of those, like with each one of the transmitters, how many items can be controlled, or how many motors or what can be controlled how many axes can you control with each one of those transmitters?
That depends on the controller.
Yeah,
Well,
David
not
Petzel
just
was
the
a big
controller,
RC
but
guy.
it depends on how you've connected it too. So the answer to that is yes, because you could theoretically make it infinite if you had enough battery source, because you can run them as scenes basically. So you as you add in Arduinos and you run scripts for certain things, you can, by flipping one switch in one direction, can cause it to drive, trigger sounds, open move servos, and do an unlimited number of things until that script ends, and then flipping that switch back the opposite direction can move it into another scene, basically.
Yeah, David Petzel is in chat. He's been in RC planes and helicopters for years.
Hey, Dave.
He has a garage full of them. I seen he was on your live stream this morning also when I was still sleeping.
Yeah,
I don't sleep well at night. I usually go to bed 10, 11, 12 o'clock, and then I'm up and down throughout the night. So I get up 7, 8 o'clock. I don't really have a set time I get up because I don't sleep well.
Yeah, well, I'm always busy in the mornings. I've always got stuff to do every morning. So
yeah, it was about 8:30 last night. I went to bed and I woke up at 1, 2, 3, and slept 4 and 5, and then woke up at 6.
That's not a restful sleep. When it's broken like that, it's not restful.
Oh, I know. Trust me, because it's like I went to bed at about 8:30. I remember looking at the clock between 8 and 8:30, and then after that, I didn't see anything until I guess it was about 12:30. I woke up the first time, and then it was sometime after 1 because I look up at my phone, which is right there, and I see the 1, and I couldn't make out what was after it. Then I looked up, I went back, closed my eyes, opened my eyes again, and it said 2, and there was some numbers after it. And I closed my eyes, opened my eyes, it said 3, and there were some numbers after it. And it was like, okay. And then, like I said, 4 and 5, I didn't see, but then 10 after 6, I was awake this morning and got some coffee, came out and started a stream, and it helped out greatly for all of our overseas individuals who usually don't like to stream with us when we stream in the evenings and late afternoons, because we're into their early morning at that point, and they don't want to necessarily be up that late.
I see the time 1:11 and 11:11 almost every day. I randomly look at the clock, whether I'm sleeping or I'm walking in the kitchen, which I don't check very often, but when I do, it's usually that time. And a few people have said that they thought somehow my internal clock has got programmed to automatically tell my body to randomly look at the clock at that time, even though I may not check it all day, and it just happens to be 1:11 or 11:11. It really drives me nuts sometimes.
Maybe
By the way, guys,
aliens.
Just for everybody watching in chat, Nightbot just said it. If you got a couple bucks burning a hole in your pocket, send the guy a couple bucks. He does this out of the kindness. He doesn't have to, and it helps him out. So he can keep projects going. So help him out.
Yeah, help me buy resin and droid projects and whatever else would be awesome. So, but if you can't afford it, that's great. Here comes Mr. Petzel right here. He can tell us all about RC goodies. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Hello again, Mr. Petzel.
Jason, have you ever met David Petzel?
Once or twice on here, I think a couple times. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he made the Pets
man.
The Pets
I'm
thing.
good. I'm
Yeah.
trying to get my.
I know who he is. Just did I meet him? I don't remember. Sorry.
Well, I see his yellow shirt in the ear, but I don't see his face yet. He's trying to get his audio working, I think.
Guys, I'll still be listening in. I got to jump out for a little bit. I got a couple of things to take care of around the house. So
all right, Dave. Thanks, Dan.
Kind of run around.
I'm trying to get my.
I'll be back.
Sure.
And Victor says that's his address, 111 or 1111.
Okay, I think that works.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, how you doing, Jared? How you doing, guys?
Real good.
Good.
What? I still have those. I still have those receivers, man.
Spectrum DX6i is what I used to own a few years ago that I sold. That one of these days I need to replace it with another one like it or something newer like it.
I've got a couple of the 6-channel blades. They come with helicopters. They're only they don't have any storage on them, you know, so you can't add a bunch of different models. But you certainly, I've got probably 50 Spectrum receivers that I don't even use anymore, and some super high dollar ones as well. I've got some 12 channel, some a bunch of 8 channel, bunch of 6 channel. So
what was the older stuff that doesn't work with all the new technology? I know a few years back or 10 years ago they changed something with receivers or the old
DSS,
stuff.
the DSS, the spread spectrum, the digital spread spectrum technology. So, and that's there was only one Spectrum radio. It was the original DS6 that had those old style receivers on them. So the newer style receivers, they will all work with it. And then there's some third-party receivers. I know on a lot of my, you know, most of the stuff I flew was 8 and 10 channel, you know, but some of the smaller stuff I flew, you know, I fly 6 channel, and I bought, there's the Lemon receivers were really good. You know, for my airplanes, they were, you know, and they were real reasonable. You know, I'd buy five or more at a time, 6 or more at a time, and put them in my planes. So I've got like, I don't know, probably 70 planes, but large scale, probably, you know, probably 30 with a 100-inch wingspan or better.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember seeing a bunch of them in your garage.
Yeah. So, but you know, I you know, you pay for shipping, I'll send you. You know, like I said, I'll see what I got still, but I was showing you guys before, and I don't use them. God, I was just gonna take them down to my my flying club and see if anybody wanted to use them, but I'd be just as happy, you know, to have somebody here use them. You know?
Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to have one. If I can find something that'd be a better upgrade than what I'm currently using. So if I ever built a full-size R2, it'd be perfect for it. But I don't want to get something from you unless I can use it.
Well, how many channel are the transmitters that you've got now? That transmitter that you're using?
6 channel, I believe, right, Jason?
10.
10?
10
Yeah.
channel?
6 to
Yeah.
10.
So, are you able to get? You're able to get your receivers are 10 channel as well. They're matching.
Most of them are 6, but I just bought a 10 channel right here so I can run sound and lights.
What's the brand of?
Fly Sky.
Oh, it's a Fly Sky. Those are fine.
Yeah, and when I sold all my foam built planes about a year ago, I had a Spectrum DX6i. Had a good controller. I think I paid like 200 and something bucks for it. It was chrome and nice, and you could program up to like 10 to 20 different things in it, different planes or choppers or whatever. So
those Fly Skies they're not bad receivers at all. They actually make a transmitter called the Horus. Fly Sky makes HORUS, and it's got a real nice digital display. And I'm thinking they're under, I don't know how, 319 bucks. And they've got a beautiful display on them and the whole bit.
your audio is crackly, but we can understand you.
Well, let me switch. Let me switch.
I don't know if it's the printer or the model itself, but I love it. You will see. Wait. It's painted in the air, the part on the handle. And it's actually correcting itself.
Cool. Yeah, I printed that support underneath it. Yeah, it's doing good. No,
Just
I'm not
one,
buying,
two?
that ain't what I said. No, I said I used to have a real expensive receiver that cost $200. That isn't what I said, Brandy. My wife came in. She says, "You're not buying a $390 receiver." I didn't say I wanted a $390 receiver.
Yeah. Yeah.
She was in
won't,
chat.
yeah. She won't want mine then. I think I paid almost $2,000 for my transmitter.
Wow.
But all of my receivers on the new transmitters they've got 2 receivers that are 2.4 gigahertz, and then they have a 900 megahertz backup. So I can get I can fly half a mile away, and I'm still the 900 megahertz will that'll go out 5-10 miles if I so I never lose a plane anymore.
Your audio is perfect now. Hello, Ben Brady. How you doing?
So you showed a picture of what you're printing, but what is it?
It's not a picture. It was a
No,
video,
no.
but it's the torture toaster.
Oh, the
of
torch
a clock
toaster. Okay.
screen.
Oh, okay.
It has a toast that pops up. The sides fold up on it.
Yeah. I know the one. I know the
There's a
brand.
contest for the biggest and the smallest, and he's making a real big one there. And I believe he said his print bed is 400 by 400.
Yep.
CR6 Max is called.
Yes. CR6 Max.
Yeah.
You can't actually buy it now. I don't know what they're doing. They release it to the Kickstarter, and that's it.
No, they'll release it later on. They will come out later on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it'll just take them time. They're still trying to meet all of the Kickstarter orders.
I heard them doing now the CR10 Smart.
Yes, I have one of those coming to me.
What's
I
the
don't know
point
when
of
it's
it?
gonna be shipped, but I
It's
have
like
one.
Wi-Fi one.
It's got Wi-Fi. It's got an Ethernet. It's got you can print over the network. It's got the new CR6 SE touch sensors that's in there now. That's in there. It's got the got a whole pile of stuff. Yeah.
Showing that to my wife. She wanted this Texas box thing here that she's going to paint up. It's like a pencil. She wanted a lid for it. So I went and Tinkercad and made a lid and just printed it out on the CR10 Max.
Yeah.
I love Tinkercad.
Came out real good.
Tinkercad is an easy way to get into designing. I do some Tinkercad. I also do some Fusion. I'm not really good at Fusion, but I'm good enough to figure stuff out.
Never started with Fusion. At the school, I learned a bit SolidWorks.
Yeah.
Before of the lockdowns. Now
The
I'm
concepts
coming
are the
back.
same.
Yeah.
David,
I use Fusion more for my CNC because I use it to generate my toolpaths. It's
David,
really good at doing that.
all your designing is in Fusion, right, David, for your pets fangs and stuff?
Yeah. I used to do everything. I used to have a graphic arts business, and I used to contract mechanical drafting. So
how do you determine airflow in Fusion? How can you design it other than just saying, "Wow, that looks cool"? How can you actually check airflow?
there's CFD simulation. So it's SimScale. It's based on foam, FOAM simulations, and it's a CFD for airflow simulations.
Okay.
So, and it's a you can add it directly to Fusion. And so you do all your drawings in Fusion, and then you have to make an enclosed part that has nothing but the interior of the duct, and then you put all your parameters in, and then it does the airflow simulation for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
Fusion is good because you can even do, if you design a part, you can actually do a stress testing of it.
yep.
And Fusion will even optimize your design for you to make it hold better weights. So it can actually support better weights. It's built in. It will auto build supports into your part. It'll actually change your part to meet your needs. To meet
We've got another man popping in, but I can't see him yet. He's all white, but when I see him, I'll pop him in.
Yeah, if you look up Jerry, you can look up Sim Scale, all one word, SIMSCALE, and that's what I use.
Okay, I'll write it down. And here's Matt German, Mr. Lithophane. Hello, Matt.
Hey, how's everybody?
Hey, Matt.
Hello again.
Hey, Dover. Hello again. Yeah, we saw each other this morning on Matt Farmer's show. And you too, Pat.
DB3D
Yeah.
Dan. Yeah,
How
Dan
you
was
doing?
at dinner, and yeah, he left. Or he's probably watching in chat. He's working in the background.
Did you finish your project?
Who?
Pat,
What project was I working on?
the camera system.
I'm still burning it in the background. It's still working good. So yeah, I've got several cameras on it. I'm just making sure that it's up and running before I get it to the restaurant. And then I have to, I built the box that it goes in, but then I'm going to have to run, this is all PoE over Cat5. So I'm going to have to run all the home runs for the cameras.
Who wants to answer this question from Victor?
YouTube.
How can I? Yeah, YouTube. Actually,
Can't you download Fusion for free?
Yes. Well, with limited function, but yes.
I haven't found the functions to be the limited functions to be a limiting.
No, not for me either. But if I was running a shop or something, maybe, and needing to do a lot of tool changes, CNC stuff, that's where I think it impacts. But for the 2% of it at best that I use of it, it doesn't limit me.
See, I thought it still had the CNC tools.
You can't. No, not automatic. You've got to go in and you've got to. Yeah, you've got to do it in manually unless you pay for that.
Oh,
feature.
I got you. Okay.
And
Yeah.
you cannot. The other thing you can't do is you can't export out a version that can be imported to another CAD app.
Yep.
So you can't generate there, export it, so you can import it to another app.
Yeah.
It won't allow you.
And they limit you too, right? To I think 10
projects.
10 projects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Projects, not projects.
Sorry.
You can still export it as a step file or
I can use step
OBJ.
files or NC files, yes,
Then
for
you
CNC.
can do OBJ and you can do the FDD.
STL.
Yeah.
But you cannot export it as an editable CAD file that can be imported to something else and keep all of your details.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. When they first made this change, they didn't allow you to export it as a step or an OBJ.
Right.
And people
they got a lot of
out.
feedback
Oh,
on that.
yeah, and they came back and said, okay, sorry, we tried, we overstepped.
Dave, do you have a pet spang for the Ender 3 Max? Mr. and Mrs. Diesel's wondering.
I do not. I do not, because I haven't received. I'm still waiting on. Unless I get CAD files or the actual part. So Creality was sending me like this is a CR10 backplate.
Yeah.
Okay. So they were sending me like Anycubic or Microswiss, E3D. I've got connections with all those companies, and they send me CAD files, so I can design around their parts. Creality still is not doing that, and I've dealt with a lot of people, and I still don't know why they won't do it.
There's a lot of companies who are being very private about stuff. Like they don't give out their source code and so on. They don't give out CAD files of stuff. They're just.
I signed NDAs with all the companies. So I mean, I'm working with companies that have some really heavy patents. Never had a problem. So yeah, no, I don't have designs for those. And with the amount of time it takes, I can't try to design something that might work, because I always print it out. Like I'll give you a good example. Like this is the new blockhead, and this is this is like 40% larger duct in it, and it's just phenomenal. It's with a single 5015, I'm just I don't even hardly have to run a 5015 fan, where all these other guys that are trying to copy my designs, like the Hero Me's, they have to have 2 fans on it. They successfully copied my outflow ducts, and that's cool. I'm all for that, but they still haven't been able to do anything with my plenum systems, which balances the flow much better. So, but this new one, this new blockhead, is it's got about 40% more volume in the plenum, and then the outflow ducts they're huge, and they'll sit 4 millimeters above your build plate, so you don't have to worry about being super tight to your build plate anymore, and still getting all that cooling. So that's kind of the new thing. What I'm doing right now is my direct drive. So I've got a direct drive on that Ender, but I'm doing a lot with Microswiss. I'm doing a lot with Orbiter. I'm doing a lot with Slice Engineering. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Some direct drive systems that you don't have to buy, the aluminum plate or anything. These are super, super strong. So, and that's where I'm at.
Cool.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, Jerry, Mr. Bradley did an update for the cans, so you can put the American cans inside. The regular 12-ounce cans,
Okay.
because you just have to reprint the top, and basically, I think he heightened it by 5 or 10 mil, I believe. So look at the files.
I reprinted this the first time about right here, and I ran out of filament because my filament runout sensor was laying on the table with a short piece in it. And I went to the store yesterday, and I'm printing in midair, so I threw it in the trash, and I reprinted it. Whatever this fits, I'm not reprinting it. I mean, if I have to modify the top.
No, just the top.
The lid? I've already reprinted the lid too, but I could always reprint it. Jane, is there a piece that goes down in here which is going to restrict the can's height in the bottom? Or could I just go grab a can out of the fridge and check its height?
I don't know. I just got it sitting together back there.
Obviously, there's an arm that flips it up, but I think it's just an arm that sits flush and then it flips it up.
I mean, there's got to be something in the bottom that lifts the can. So, but I've just got a pile of plastic parts just sitting there. So, yeah, I haven't gotten around to put it together yet. Still trying to get my S5 back together.
You look
after it
tired
died.
today, Jason.
Yeah, I'm tired today.
Can hear it
Worn
in your
out.
voice too. Yeah.
Jerry's been wearing me out on chat. How do I get this bot to work?
Yeah, I've been having problems here and there, so I talk to people that know more about it than I do. Okay, here's a can. Here, let's sit this way. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's got a recess in the inside of the lid that allows it to come down over the can.
So cans in the UK aren't this tall?
No. We have 333 milliliters.
Oh, you're
We
getting
have
ripped off.
ounces.
They're giving you shorter cans. It's probably
They
charging.
don't
solar.
supersize it, man. They don't supersize it over
But I'm
there.
assuming that this gear here, probably this piece, would click up like that, probably. All right.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
well.
that's the one.
I hate reprinting parts over and over, but oh well. Yeah, okay. I'll check on the new part when I get off the stream and I'll reprint it. But that came out great. That's in that GST 3D 10 rolls for $100 free shipping. It's PLA plus. It's printing great. And I'm down to 3 rolls, so next month I'll order 10 more of them. So, or maybe Betty Boop for my birthday can order me 10 rolls. She can afford it right now. But she says, "Oh no, I need all that money to go to Florida on." So, okay. Anyway, pretty cool. I think I got all the parts done. I'm reprinting the R2 body right now. You know, the cylinder, the body part. I'm reprinting it. Once that's done, then I'm done with all the parts, other than reprinting a lid. And then the TPU tracks are right over there on the Hypercube. I've got all 60 of them loaded up in TPU. I didn't have any more of that 85A, I think it is. So those are like 95A, but they'll be fine.
They'll be fine. Yeah.
So did those stainless steel pins work for you since the brass were out of stock till July?
They're coming today, but they'll be fine. They're just 2mm pins, so as long as they're close to 2 mil, they'll fit.
Yeah.
You know.
I was going to order the 1 pack of brass and said, sure, you can get that in 2 days. The other 2 packs is July. It's like, no, that ain't going to work.
Yeah.
So anything that was a pin, I'm sure would work. So,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to have it out in the weather, so I don't have to worry about any kind of corrosion or rust. It's just a house toy.
You don't get weather in Vegas. It's either hot and dry or hot and dry.
That is our weather.
Yeah, it rarely rains here. So when I have a storm, it's like, yes, bad weather. It never happens. We
get more snow than rain.
Yeah, well, he lives by the mountain. He gets snow. I don't get snow.
Yeah.
I came out there about 12 years ago. We stayed for a week, and it rained the whole friggin' week.
Wow.
That must
have been monsoon week. Yeah.
It was like in March. It was during March Madness at the end.
Yeah. It rarely rains here.
Yeah, it was really bizarre. But
yeah, March, April,
time.
that's monsoon season, right? March and April, Jerry?
Something like that, yeah.
I think that's monsoon, yeah. Because I remember a couple years ago, it rained, like it was raining so hard, and the wind was. It looked like a hurricane outside. It honestly looked like a Florida hurricane. I got in the car. It stopped. I got in the car. I had to drive out to the airfield, and the drainage system under the street can't handle that. And it was actually the manhole cover had blown off because the water had pushed up out of the street, and it was still gushing up about 4 feet high, and as round as a manhole. And it was just gushing and gushing and gushing.
Have you ever moved the manhole cover? They are like 200 pounds. They are heavier than
Yeah.
No, I've never moved one because they're 200 pounds. Yeah.
If you ever seen one blow off, run. It's break the leg.
Yeah.
Oh, I have. I think that the heaviest rain I've ever seen was in Singapore. It would rain for about an hour in the afternoons, like during our monsoon season. But it would go, the amount of rain that would fall, the roads would disappear and they become rivers on the street. And as soon as the rain stopped, they had such good, even though they have amazing drainage, because as soon as the downpour stopped, like their drops of rain were the size of your fist, right? Huge, heavy rain. And as soon as it stopped, within 10 minutes, all the water was gone. And 30 minutes later, the roads were bone dry. But it's like a river. I mean, it could be 6 or 8 inches deep, rushing down the roads. It's amazing rain.
Yesterday morning, I randomly glued that ring in And I think I told you in private chat, wouldn't you know it, when I checked the lights placement, I had a magnet right in the way where I had to put that. I'm thinking of all the places that I could have just randomly put that in, it was right in the way. So I had to take a razor knife and bust the glue and slowly pull it all the way out. And I had it glued all the way around.
Oh,
with that.
bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The first time I did it, and I just put a couple drops of hot glue to make sure I had it set on the old lid that I crashed.
Yeah.
And I ended up catching one of the wires in there and didn't notice it, and so it sat off center, kind of tilted. But it's a good thing that I just
you're saying on the lights to run them straight in and hot glue them rather than laying them flat. So.
Yeah, no, they're designed to go straight. If you look at the end of them, they're notched, so it'll snap right into that rectangle.
I'll clean it out, make sure that's cleaned out good. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other two have holes in it, but that ADA fruit, which they're talking about using, which I bought the one with like 7 lights on it. They didn't have just the one on Amazon with a single light, and 2 of them light up. I'll just glue that over the top of the hole. But I do have larger LEDs around here I've had for years that would probably plug right in there, and I could put a single bulb in there. But since I ordered these ADA fruits, I think they're called, I'll just hot glue that over that area, and then it'll just light up whatever it does.
Yeah, that Adafruit Flora, that's how he designed it for the single one to fit in from the inside of the dome and glue on through the back. So you would take the lens from the outside, go in, and the LED from the back, just because it's a little more round. That you just
And then in the firmware, if I wanted them all to light up, I'd have to go in and change it in firmware. That way, they probably all light up.
You can. Well, they'll all light up at the. Oh, you mean for that? Yeah. You would have to call out. You just have to call out a different model, and just write a different sketch for it, or just amend that sketch. But yeah.
So, if you guys that are making the droids, have you seen the BB-8 that's out? That you run it with your iPhone or your Android.
Mm-hmm.
It's just Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's just a Bluetooth module that you add.
Yeah, and it's the head stays on with just a magnet, and it just must be weighted at the bottom to stay upright.
There's a weighted gyro in it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty cool, but it's like $350, $360, something like that. That's pretty crazy.
I don't know if Mr. B will ever have something similar to that or not because of the expense and all the electronics.
Well, it's not that. It's more like the DO. That's pretty complicated in terms of getting that self-balancing with the electronics that we've got without getting into a huge tooling cost of doing things custom for what you're doing. So if you're just taking COTS parts like an Arduino Mega or Nano and putting several of them in there and several motors for the self-balancing and getting it right, but the DO, he said, the BB-8, what he told us was it's just too much. It's not worth it for anybody to try to 3D print one. Good luck if you want to, but he has no plans to do one. And if you want to buy one for $350 and they're mass producing it and they're making a profit on it, then that's probably what I would do. You can make them. There are models for them, but the ones that he's got are stationary. Yep. So what he did was he made some flares that can go on the side of DO to kind of round it out, give it some a different look and stuff.
What are you, about 250%?
290.
290, cool.
I have a question. Anyone here is really good at Marlin? I'm okay with it, but anyone here is really good with Marlin?
No, not me.
No.
I tinker with Marlin, but I have problems all the time.
Yeah. There's a company who's just released an IDEX printer, and they've enabled a feature called backup mode. And on IDEX, like I have 3 IDEX printers, right? And on backup mode, what they've done is, if extruder 1, if the filament runout sensor is triggered, saying they're out of filament, it will bring out extruder 2 and keep printing with extruder 2. So you can have 2 filament spools running on the printer, print with extruder 1, and when it runs out, extruder 2 comes over and continues the job and finishes off the job for you. and they've done that, and I don't know how they've done it. I can't find anywhere where it's been done because
If Ben
Why don't
Brady
you
is
just
still in
message
chat,
Scott Latine, and I mean he'll tell you what feature it is.
Hey, if
oh
you
yeah,
have money,
okay.
you can take the Ultimaker 5 unit that can print 24/7.
Say that again.
We only caught half part of that.
Okay. Ultimaker 5S, I think, has a unit on the lower side, on the upper side, and it costs a lot of money, but it can print 24/7.
You're thinking of the Hallet.
No, not only the pilot. They have a pilot, but it's a Ultimaker 5S, if I remember correctly.
Ultimaker 5S.
Is that?
Yeah.
Are you talking about that box that holds all the filament spools that they've got, and it just keeps feeding them?
Yes,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I saw it.
It's the box of the filament. It's the printer itself, and it has a filter on the top.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that rep box, but nicer, and more expensive, and holds a couple more spools, and then it's got some smarts in there that controls like how it feeds. So you can have the eight. So it's kind of got what palette does in terms of the spool change for you.
Yeah. The reason why is when it comes to doing the full size droid, it's about 25 kilos of filament, right? Mm-hmm. Some of the parts are going to use at least 2 spools per part. Mm-hmm. And to do that, I need a way of not letting it go into sleep mode, like when it does run the filament run out, and cooling the system down. If I can get the backup mode running, I can run it on my IDEX, the parts, with 2 spools on each one. So that's 6 spools running at one time, printing parts, and it'll just fail over from one to the other in the case. But I need to figure it out. The guys who have done it are called what's their names?
Oral and Hardy.
What? Let me find their name. They have a new IDEX Kickstarter. I don't know their name. It's
Could you just use a 2.5 roll spool? A 2.5K roll?
But see, I have 2.5 kilos of PETG. But getting larger spools of PLA and maybe this will be mostly PETG anyway. But there is a company out there that have done it, and I want to know how they've done this, because I haven't been able to find it, and I want to implement it on my. I've asked the companies for their source code. I have the JG Maker source code for their RSD because it's out in GitHub. I've asked Weedo for theirs, and I've asked 10log for theirs also. If I can get the source code, I can get in there, but I just need to figure out how it was done so I can then tweak their firmware to allow it to happen.
Here's a comment from Tom Taylor, and I'm not understanding what he's asking. Does anybody else know?
Need ideas. M-Block has a self. I don't understand what he means. Yeah, but they're doing it, and the material station, they're doing it in the station. They're not doing it in the printer. I need to know how to do it on the printer so it never runs out. So I can, because even if I'm doing 2.5 kilo spools, some of the prints could be really big. So now, if I had a mixing head, I can have both of them feeding in at the same time, because Matt does that in his prints, right? That's part of Cura. You can do that today as part of the printers, right, in firmware. But I don't have a mixing head, so and if I did, but it's IDEX, I should have head extruder 2, extruder 1 filament run out, moves out of the way, extruder 2 comes in and continues the job. It should work. I just don't know how they've achieved this, and I want to make it happen.
Did you figure out what was causing the problem of your the one nozzle when you were printing those small stars?
Yes.
What ended up being
there's the firmware, and I figured this out. They didn't tell me. I figured this out myself.
Oh, he's talking about the BB-8. He was talking about the BB-8 gyro board to balance.
Using the gyro board, yeah.
Oh, okay. So Dave, what was happening it was interesting when the print head was coming out to print the stars, which is extruder 2, right? And I printed this, it failed. So extruder 1 printed, extruder 2 came out to print the second color. And the second color was a small amount of color because it was slowly building up to start to put the stars in the cone, right? But it spent so little time out there and went over again and parked, and the next one came out. What was happening was and it should work, but they have a limitation in the firmware. When extruder 2 is not being used, I cool it down to a whole temperature of about 165, so my filament is not melting and oozing, right? So it's sitting there waiting, and about 30 seconds before it's needed, it warms itself up again, and then comes out. But then Jazz Labo, that's them, yeah. But what was happening was because it was printing so much each time it came out, the firmware triggered it as an event because it was heating and cooling so often. It said there was a problem. It wasn't able to hold temperature. So what I did was, and I found it out by switching the color. So what was extruder 1? I made extruder primary and extruder 1 is secondary.
Yeah.
And I got the same in, but it was the opposite extruder.
Yeah.
So when I printed two of them side by side, one's gold with white stars, the other one was white with gold stars. Because I spent so much time on each layer, it never kicked an error and it actually finished it. So there is a setting somewhere in their firmware to say when this happens, there's a problem, and what they need to do is back that down. When and again, I've asked for the firmware so I can look at it myself, but there is a setting somewhere in the firmware that's triggering that event, and it's set too high. You just drop it down to give it a bit more breathing space.
Jerry, can you give me a close up here?
And yes, it's Jade Labo is the group, the company, the other one. They're doing it. You're correct.
Wow.
Again.
Okay, so you see this part.
Yeah, looks bad.
Looks great.
You can see how it's melted.
Yeah.
You can see how this part is melted.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so this is a small area and it's PET G, and so it stays very molten for a long time, and I just wanted to do some tests with my PETSFang, so I wanted to see what it would do without cooling after a certain point, and so this is what it looks like printed correctly with full cooling, and this is how it turned out with no cooling, so in minimal cooling. I mean it just turned off, and you can see. And so, Liam, this was doing the same thing. So when it got to this point, it was generating so much molten PET-G that it went into lockout mode. It was it didn't like the temperature that it kept seeing on the thermistor. It just couldn't cool down at all, and it went into runaway mode. And so that's the difference. It was really bizarre. I just didn't think it would be that bad, and it is.
On my PETSFang V2s that I have on most of my printers, I used to turn my 5015 down to about 45% when printing, but as of late, I've cranked them all back up to 100% to get maximum cooling.
So I'm designing everything with for the ABLs. I'm designing everything with you don't have to use nuts on them anymore. The nuts were always a problem with these easy ABLs. The nuts would back off, and even on with any of these probes. So I designed everything like Prusa, so it's got a friction fit. It's just a compression fit, and so nothing. You don't have to have any nuts on it. You can go to any distance you want from the bed, and it just when it's tightened up, you can't even move it.
That doesn't look like an easy ABL. It looks like an ABL, but not from TH3D.
No, this is actually an inductive. I use inductive probes on everything now. I don't use capacitive probes on anything because I can get a lot better probing of the bed because I'm using the steel underneath of it, underneath my like the one I sent you that ended up.
But you have to be steel because otherwise the capacitance won't work. The inductive won't work.
It'll work with any ferrous metal.
Yeah, but it has to be metal. It has to be a metal bed. Otherwise, the inductive will not function.
That's
I got a question for Jason. I'm looking at Mr. B's email where it has a list of all the droids.
Mm-hmm.
Which file has the sound files in it that I need to program this with?
I sent it to you on Facebook in the group chat.
Oh, okay. I've seen the picture. I don't remember you sent the link. Okay, thank you. Because when I get done here, I'm going to try to get that programmed. And then I'm sure I'll probably have a problem and I'll have to message you. So, and DeWitt was going to drop in earlier, but he was busy driving and he couldn't drop in, obviously, while he's driving.
That's no excuse.
Yeah. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, so as Annie said there that it's Jade Labo is the other company, and they have a Kickstarter right now. Their IDEX can do the backup mode, and I have the email of their engineer, and I've been emailing him, and I recently went out to Jade, who was actually who does all of the Facebook stuff. I have her email as well, and she came back and said that the guy that I was dealing with, he's buried. So she's forwarding my email to the head of their development to maybe I can figure out how it's done. Because I want to implement this. I have a feeling they're not using Marlin. They didn't say what software they're using. I have a feeling they may not be using Marlin.
I think they might be using. How you doing?
Yeah,
if you'd like to come up and hang out, you're welcome to.
What's that other firmware?
RepRap?
No.
Clipper?
They're the big thing
using Clipper. Because in Clipper you can run scripts in firmware. So I have a feeling they're using Clipper, and then when the event is triggered, it checks if this is enabled, and if so, it'll do a failover. I have a feeling that's what they're doing. They're doing it in Clipper. If that's the case, then I'll have to develop my own firmware for my printers in Clipper. Yeah, that's a nice feature to have.
Jerry, look to the screen.
What? Oh, he's a magician. We got some magic here. Let's make him bigger. I guess he's a musician. He's a magician. He does lots of things. And he's probably going to have a YouTube channel soon.
Let's see.
Can you make that toaster print faster though? That's the
really
real magic.
Actually printing quite fast. I'm printing at 75.
Okay. Well, so your walls and outer walls are what, about 30, 40?
Standard, I don't know. Just what came in Cura
Gotcha.
by Chef 2.0 magic number.
So that's probably 50 millimeters then for the walls.
But I lower it to 2 walls and not 3. So it will have a wiggle place to move all the pieces.
I always like the magic, the cigarette trick, where you make something float in midair, and it's because the screen is so tiny you can't see it. It's such a tiny strand, and you make things look like they're floating.
Yeah, they use fishing line.
Well, smaller than that.
Actually, don't use fishing line. You want to know which string we use? It's not fishing.
Spider web.
It's like
it's the string from the pantyhose.
Nylon.
when you clean off your hot end or you pull off a booger off the hot end, you got like a string still hanging as you go to the trash can, and now it's dangling in midair. That's how small it is. You can't see it, but it's there.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh yeah, I know. I have all kind of them. You barely see it, but maybe we can do like so, if you so want.
Yeah, when I was a young teenager, I used to have tons of magic stuff.
Wait, let's do like so.
And then as I got older and could afford to buy everything, then I wasn't interested no more.
Magic is all about to be prepared.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, I asked him earlier if he had other hobbies, and he started laughing. Then he started naming off all kinds of things.
Yeah, I have too many hobbies.
Man of many talents.
Yeah, I have that problem too. Too many hobbies and not enough time to get them done in.
Let's see. It will work.
Yeah, I can see the string now.
No, you can see because of the light.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not. It's a shiny filament. It's supposed to reflect light. Let's see if I have something interesting here.
I'm jealous that he's got such fantastic skies. Not near Tel Aviv, but a little bit of drive away from where he lives. He'd have some amazing skies because of all the desert around him. He's fantastic.
In Vegas, you can't see nothing where I live. You get the lights from the city, and you can see hardly no stars.
You need to be 100 miles. Normally, we say 30 miles away from a city, but with Vegas, it's 100 miles. That's how far you need to be before the light does not become a problem anymore. It's so
and
bright.
you look up, it's like, wow, look at all those stars.
Yeah.
Or solar systems, whatever.
But for me, I step out in my driveway and I can say that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I can see down to magnitude 5, 6. I can see magnitude 6 stars, which where I live. Just so you know, magnitude in positive numbers, it's really bright. Or no, it's really faint. In negative numbers, they're really bright. Like the moon is negative 22. A full moon is. Whereas the star Sirius is about as Betelgeuse is about a 0 in Orion. Sirius is about a negative 0.5, maybe negative 1. But each number is magnitude. Each point is a magnitude of the last number.
John Mack is going in space soon. Have you heard?
No.
He's going to Uranus.
Not going to mine.
If anybody who knows who John Mack is understands my comment.
Yeah.
John Mack was in rare form during Dan's live stream.
I watched most of it earlier.
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah. Last time I was on a stream with him, he was laying in bed.
Yeah, I was this morning on there. So.
Yeah, all of his internet connections and cameras wiring is a mess. He needs some work. He needs a little bit of cable management.
Who?
John Mack.
Oh.
He's got a lot of stuff going on, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when you think about adding layer upon layer of new connections, it's tough unless you really think about it. He had a 24 port Ortronix board right there that he wasn't a patch panel that he wasn't even using anymore. So I bet at one time he was fairly organized, and now he's going to all that monoprice stuff, and it's gonna be a process for sure.
I run 2 48 port switches at home.
I've got 8 Z-Moto cameras on the outside of my house and one in my kitchen, and one of them keeps going out all the time. It used to come unplugged, so I put it back together and I taped it, and I'm always getting video loss on one camera. But at night, they can usually see in the dark really good. 1 or 2 of them can't, but the rest of them can see in pitch blackness like daylight. I mean, they light up real well with their night vision.
Yeah, the IR, yeah.
But I don't know why one of them keeps going out. So
I have some cameras around. I use the Google cam, the Nest, the Google. I like those.
Jerry, let's try something. I'm gonna refill the cards like so. You're going to look for any card you want. You choose one. I don't look. You have one?
Yep.
We see if it worked. You see this booklet? What was your card?
5 of diamonds.
Yeah, I was 5 of diamonds too. What's up with that?
Because mine was a jack, because I know how the trick works.
Because they're all 5 of diamonds.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they've done things on TV before where you touch your screen and they go through different things, and when you're done, they always tell you the right answer. How it works, I don't know, but there is a trick behind it, obviously.
Well, you actually must have 2 or 3 5 of diamonds together, because that was really the only thing as you were flipping that you could see.
He paused on.
Would that make sense?
It's not correct, but it makes sense, but it's not the correct answer.
There's a pause on the 5 of diamonds, slightly longer than all the other cards, so it sticks in your mind. So it stands out. That's why I picked some other card, because I knew what he was doing. I picked the Jack of Diamonds that was actually near the end.
You see this one? Which card is it?
Queen of Clubs.
Are you sure?
Now do that again.
But real slow.
Yeah, you see, you're palming the other
We've
card.
seen it in your hand that time.
Yeah, you're
this one
palming the card.
I know. It's hard to do it with the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's like America's Got
I
Talent.
like more magic face to face.
Some of the magicians they have on America's Got Talent, the judges have to be in on, or the trick wouldn't work. There's no way they're completely blind.
I know most of the method they use there.
Yeah, they have to be in on it.
No, they're not on it.
I like the Carbonaro effect.
I like that guy. He's
Yeah,
hilarious.
Yeah, but the Carbonaro effect also, it's like a Zach. I forgot his last name on YouTube. It's like the Carbonaro effect.
I'm not sure.
They do more magic, camera magic.
Street magic?
No, camera
Oh,
magic.
camera magic? Yeah. The street magic is great.
Street magic, it depends who, but you have a lot of fakes.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, like if you know Gibrizi, if you heard him or you saw him, he actually a lot of the time, how do you say it? Direct the person. The name called Zacking, the one that I'm talking about.
Auto Drop, hello, how you doing?
Hey, Auto Drop.
Carl Clinton. Sounds like a drum roll getting ready to start.
Wow.
Auto drop, if you'd like to drop in or anyone else, there's a link in chat. You're welcome to drop in, say hey, and talk about what you got going on. I know Auto Drop has been working with the belt printers. He has one, if not two, belt printers. And a while back, he actually got his hair stuck in the belt printer as he got leaned close to his printer. But anyway, yeah.
The best episode that I remember of the Carbonaro effect was he was doing one and somebody recognized him, and she walked up to him and said, I know you, you're on TV, you're that magician guy. And he said, do you know my name? And she said, yeah, you're Dave Chappelle. And he was like, absolutely, I'm Dave Chappelle. He just went along. She was just convinced that was Dave Chappelle. Oh,
yeah, when I first met him on the first layer, I thought he was a different actor because he looks like guy at the Carol Burnett show. What's his name?
Tim Conway.
Tim Conway, and I called him by a different name, but I meant to say Tim Conway. He resembles Tim Conway a lot.
I thought that as well the first time I saw him. Yeah. That's not a bad thing. You know, he's one famous guy.
Yeah, look how great it bridges it here. Can I flash?
Looks good. Zero infill.
Zero infill, and it actually printed in the air. The lines on the handle, it's in the air, but it's actually printing itself.
Cool. What percentage of the people in Israel speak English? Quite a few people speak English.
Actually, you learn it in school.
Okay, good.
In elementary school, you started at age of to learn it at age of what 7 or 8 today.
I know English is probably hard to learn because we have so much slang. We say one thing, it means another thing in a lot of words.
See enough TV, you will get along with it.
Can't hear you, Astro. Astro's muted.
You're muted in the stream.
Yeah, there you go. I got it.
Yeah.
I'm muting it because my allergies are I got this cough because of my allergies, so I'm muting myself. I don't want to be interrupting. But when you teach English, you don't teach the slang. So it's the pure English. So that it's because there's no slang.
Trying. I can tell you that they are trying to teach you a proper English, but I can tell you that we have teacher for English that doesn't know how to talk English.
Yeah, what you need is they really need to be the TEFL certified. Teach English as a foreign language, so they need to be TEFL certified, so they natively speak English. But and then because you can learn a language without being able to speak the other person's language, like you can learn English from somebody who doesn't speak Hebrew, right? Because they can use examples and then they can link it. So you have a word, and as you have, like they show you a cup, they'll tell you what a cup is in English, and you know the word obviously in Hebrew because that's your native tongue, right? So the TEFL courses are designed, the TEFL certified people are designed and trained to teach you without knowing your language. And that's how it works. And that's a good way of learning it. Because when you hear it being translated, it's harder to learn a language when it's being translated for you. If you're submerged in it and it's only spoken while you're in that class, you pick it up better because you don't have a choice.
Hey, Liam, where did you learn English?
Or when will you?
When will I speak English? Thank you. Love you, Dave. No?
I love you, man.
I speak a few. I speak. When I grew up, at home we spoke a lot of Irish, even though most people in Ireland don't. We did because my father grew up in an area where Irish speaking was their norm.
Talk to us in Irish right now.
Talk to you in Irish, okay?
Yeah.
Dia good, can I talk to you?
Pretty good. Okay.
That means hello. How are you? What is your name? So Irish is harder. Is one of the harder languages to learn because we count people and things differently. So, like if I'm counting an object, I'll go like you'll do 1, 2, 3 in English, and you'll say 1, 2, 3 people also. In Irish, we don't. We'll say it's a hen, a doe, a tree for things, but people is dinner bird truer. And we also have normally you have so many tense in various languages. We have extra. Like in Irish, we have past, present, future, masculine, feminine, animate, inanimate. Whereas you normally don't have those. In English, only has 5. We've got 7.
I've watched a lot of movies on Amazon Prime that are in a different language, and they're dubbed, so you understand them in English, and it has subtitles that says something totally different than what they just said on the screen in English. It's like, what's that all about? That isn't what
they standardize. Said. They standardize rather than using the actual word, or they do substitutions, and that changes the story.
And that must have been really hard to do because they're trying to sync up the lips and everything to somebody else speaking the whole movie, I guess.
I don't know if when dubbing, they actually trying to mimic the mouth moving.
They don't. No, they don't try to mimic the mouth. They do.
They're just recording.
Yeah, they record they try and keep them in sequence for each person, but obviously different languages. Saying one thing in one language and saying like, how do you say hello? How are you in Hebrew?
Shalom, ma shlomcha.
Okay, so that's way longer than what saying hello. How are you? Right?
Yeah.
So because of the time it takes to say it in different languages varies. Like in Irish, it's dia gwyd con to. That's longer than hi. How are you? Right?
Mexican, it's hola.
In Spanish, it's hola. One word, all done.
You know what's really sad? When you got a toothpick and you want to pick in between your teeth, you can only do it 4 times and you're done with your whole mouth.
What?
You ever take a toothpick and run it in between your teeth, trying to clean out your teeth?
Yeah, go on.
Well, I can only do it 4 times and I'm done with my whole mouth.
Oh, that's because you have some money.
That's limited. Yeah.
Well, that's because I said a long time ago that I don't have most of my teeth. I need false teeth.
When I was growing up on TV, we had there was a cartoon in the magazine, and it was, remember the movie Jaws was out, right? It was around the same time as the movie Jaws, and what it actually was it was a shark, but he has false teeth, and the name of the cartoon was called Gums.
Welsh, isn't Welsh Viking?
Welsh is like, but Welsh is very like Irish. But here's the difference, right? The Welsh and the Irish both speak, and the Scottish all speak Gaelic. The Scottish Gaelic is closer to the Irish because Scottish Gaelic is Irish people who moved to Scotland and carried the language over with them and stayed there. The Welsh is English people, Anglo-Saxons that came from England, that came over to Ireland, picked up some of the language and brought it back, but mostly spoke Anglo-Saxon.
I know that when I watch a movie, the series Vikings or something, all the people have a certain type of tone. I can't explain it. I can understand them, but it's a certain type of tone that they use in every sentence. I can't really explain it if you know what I'm talking about. It's like a certain type of softness or the way they say the word, and all their sentences are real soft. It's like they're all high when they're talking. I don't know how to explain it.
It's probably where they're all from. Like the people, and anyone who's actually from the Nordic countries, they have that in their accent. Yeah. So chances are some of them are that, or if they're not, if they're the main actors, they're not from that area, but they've been coached on how to mimic that. But there is, you'll notice if you travel around the world, the way people who speak English, like as an example, Yoav, the way he says certain words in English, a lot of people in Israel will speak in the same, will pronounce them or enunciate them in a similar manner, right? The same as the way we often replace the letter T with a D sound in our.
Maker says he doesn't have an accent.
No, you don't. No.
Maker, Viking Thomas might know what I'm talking about, but there's a certain type of tone that they all speak, and they're talking in English, but I can't explain what I'm trying to say unless I played a clip or something.
Well, you know, like if you're from Australia, every vowel is an I.
Yeah, I noticed Teaching Tech when I watch his videos. He has a certain type of way he talks.
So like if I'm gonna kneel, I'm gonna nile. You know, knife
like
isn't a knife.
It's like Canadians, you know, they don't have houses; they have hooses. Right?
Well, since the United States is a young country, we're kind of backwards from everybody else in the world. So we think we're all correct, but actually we're kind of different than everybody. So
you still use inches and feet. Come on, guys, catch up with the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Why? I can use centimeters and meters.
Yeah, that still confuses me. I still break out a regular tape measure. I'm trying to figure things out.
Centimeters is easy because it's multiplied by 100. Everything is times 100.
Yeah, I learned it.
Times 100. That's it.
All you got to know is 10 millimeter socket, 12 millimeter socket, and the Pythagorean theory that 3, 4, 5, so you can get a square, and then you're done.
When DeWitt Tim is talking about Amazon prices, there's like 2,000 or 3,000, whatever they're talking about, compared to $20. So I don't know. It's really different.
And how about you guys from the United Kingdom? What the hell is with the pound? Come on, dude. We're in dollars.
I think pounds goes way back to when you had to give chickens and pigs and everything was so much a pound. Weighing objects, isn't where that came from? That type of money system,
or was it?
I don't know. Matt's German. Matt's German, so they used to use marks up until about 10 years ago or 15 years ago.
20 years ago.
20 now. I was in Germany when the change happened. I just couldn't remember when it was. I was actually in
Deutschmarks.
Yeah. I was actually living there when that happened, when it changed to the euro.
I'm sorry. I found out recently. Well, my sister done an Ancestry.com thing. I'm German, French, Irish, English, and part Viking, Welsh, or whatever. Anyway, Viking, but very small percentage.
That means confused.
Yeah. It means everybody was getting around somebody a long time ago, all over the place.
Oh, well, yeah.
I might even be part sheep. I don't know.
It's okay. I'm third Polish.
Someone's named Barbara.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear her now. Barbara. Jerry.
That's my dad.
We're going to keep it clean, so I won't tell you any of my jokes about sheep.
I'm sorry, Jerry.
Icelanders have similarities to Old Norse, but what did he say?
But if you have so many different ethnicity in you, you're basically a mutt.
Yeah. Well, I've actually traced mine back. My family traced it back thousands, about 1,500 years. Because before we had the Catholic Church, the Irish Druids, which we had because we were pagans back then, the Druids were fantastic at keeping records.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Whoever gave me the $10 on PayPal, but I can't read the name. It's in Arabic thank you, Yoav. Okay, I can't read the name. It's symbols. Thank you very much.
Hebrew.
It's Hebrew.
Awesome. Okay.
The symbols are not Hebrew. You don't have the font of Hebrew.
Right. All languages are written in symbols.
I know I've had people join my Facebook group that were Chinese and they typed in symbols on whatever keyboard, and I said, please make up an English name. That way we can actually tag you and respond to your character.
Most do.
Okay, guys, I need to go. It's 1 a.m.
It was nice meeting you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming on. You're always welcome.
Good night.
Take care.
To the
Awesome.
But here's something that you may not know. Like, we all have so many when we speak, right? We all have so many words that we learn and so on. Did you know that your language is only made up of 400 sounds? Every language on the planet has 400 sounds that make up that language. They're called phonemes, and you repeat them and you change them. But you repeat them, each phoneme, you repeat it many times in different words. But there's actually only 400 phonemes that make up your whole language.
Is that because that's all we can come up with?
It's just every language on the planet is made up of
Just
400 sounds that are put together in different orders to create a word. And now the reason why I know this is because in my job, we do I am involved with a legal product right in my job, and we actually can take in audio files or movie files and extract based on phonetic sounds what words are in there, and then we can search for words by typing a word, and then the software will break it down into phonemes and actually what phonemes? I thought that was it'll break it down into phonemes and actually then search the audio for it, right? So the vast majority, I think the largest number ever in any language is 450 phonemes. That makes up, and so 450 is the maximum number. That makes up that in each language type, like English or French, and like Australian English, they have different phonemes to US English and British English. There's slight variations to the phonemes, but there's about 400 is the average number. So that's all we actually really know is 400 sounds. Just we put them together in different orders.
Surprised we remember that much.
Yeah. Well, it's part of my job, so that's phonetical based searching is part of what we do. Is one of the things we do.
Betty Boop, don't put that in chat because if I post it on the screen, it's going to happen. So I won't even show the comment. It happens.
I'll give you one, Jerry, if you want one.
Yeah.
There it went. There it went. It wasn't me.
You can undo it. Whoever did it, please undo it.
It wasn't me.
It's not funny.
What about cultures that use clicks? Again, the ones that you're referring to that use click and sounds like that, again, it's only about 400 on average. It's just they're just repeating it in different orders and putting them together to make up different sounds, to make different words. Like the way we say a in the vast majority of words is either a or a, right? That's two sounds. How many words?
If I lose 5 more teeth, I'll be going ah.
So how many times do we use the letter A in words? It's everywhere, right? Or the letter E or
killing
Y.
us, Jer.
If I eat in public, I got to kind of cover my mouth when I'm chewing so I don't look funny.
Did you ever see the movie WALL-E?
I'm sure I have.
No, it's people traveling on there's people involved in it, and they're on the ship, and all they do is they eat their food in liquid form.
That'd be terrible.
Yeah, so it's our celebration. Make sure you ask for your cupcake in a cup. You don't like solid food at all. Everything's liquid format.
I remember when I was a teenager, I had a girlfriend that had to have all her teeth removed, and she had to get false teeth. She had something wrong with her teeth, and when she had them all pulled before she got her false teeth, she could put her bottom lip over her nose. Yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Especially if you had a cold, you wouldn't drip anything on the floor, right? Just cover your nose up.
Oh, that's gross.
I bet she was fun to kiss, Jerry.
And to be honest, I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that, Jerry.
No,
but I'm glad you just went with the
now
lip,
you
even
said
though
that,
it's
I
a
thought about
horrible,
it.
horrible
No,
word
I'll-
picture.
I won't do that.
I knew there's a reason why we liked you, Jason. See, Jason's like the rest of us.
That's all you ever think about. I said, Brandy, all men are like that. They may not say it, but they all think the same way.
Well, let's put it this way, right? For most men, right? for our minds to be in the gutter, we need to come up a couple of levels, right?
Just a little bit.
Matt German, what? Oh, what's on fire? He's asking. Dan is. It's because Matt's smoking.
Yeah, sorry guys. Not smoking, I'm inhaling.
That's worse for your lungs.
Yeah.
That you
Hey,
get
Matt.
popcorn lung from that.
Matt, do you
Yeah.
realize I haven't smoked when I'm on screen? I quit smoking about 2 months ago.
Congratulations.
Good job.
That's why he hasn't been on, because he's been irritable while he gets off the
I
cigarette.
have been.
Yeah.
I still crave it a little bit, not much,
I
but
used
from
to
time
smoke-
to time.
I used to smoke up to 2 packs a day for the last 20 to 30 years, and I was coughing and hacking and go up a flight of stairs and I can't breathe. Well, when I finally switched to vaping 6 or 7 years ago, all that went away. Now, sure, anything you inhale other than air is bad for you, but it's 1,000 times better than cigarettes because I no longer have that wheezing. I no longer have trouble breathing. So it's 1,000 times better. Sure, like I say, quitting and not smoking is good, but it's my crutch. I'm not an alcoholic. I don't go to the bars all the time. I don't do a lot of things. I 3D print and I vape. So I am what I am.
I'm kind of hoping that they'll legalize weed.
And the answer is yes, we do.
It is in most states.
I answered Betty and I said, yes, we do.
That's right. You guys did legalize it, didn't you? In Michigan.
Yes, we did. That was a big mistake.
Was it?
I was having trouble sleeping a long time ago, and I went to a place and I bought some for like $50 legal. I bought a little bitty pipe or a bong, whatever it was. I tried it one time. It's been sitting in this baggie in the living room in a cupboard thing for the last 2 years, and I haven't tried it since. I'm never not interested. So
Well,
then I bought my wife some gummies that you chew on that have pot in them, and she loved those. You chew them up.
well, I'm very. This is going to upset people, but I'm very anti-drug of any type.
Shame on you.
And you know what? I'm very against it. I've seen friends' lives destroyed by pot. So I'm very, and that's probably the mildest one out there. And I've seen other people go. Like I was part of an equivalent of the Good Samaritans, but
You're tired, you're happy, and you eat a lot. So I don't see how pot can hurt anybody. But I don't smoke pot. Even though I have some, I don't smoke it.
No, it does. It affects your learning ability. It does affect it. It's proven.
Huh?
Yeah, that's right, Terry.
When I was younger, I'd done a lot of things that I won't even mention. I've talked about before, but I've had my share of a few things that were real hardcore that I used to do that I no longer do.
Does Brandy know about these things?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have any 3D printers. I'd be out jonesing all the time trying to sell it to make a buck to go buy more of that stuff that lasts for 5 seconds, and then I'd want to sell something else. But yeah, I've been through that. So anyway,
yeah. I have a hard line in my house that that stuff is not allowed in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my like if you have a preference towards it, that's great. That's your choice. But once you're living under my roof, that's the rule. If you want to do it, you find somewhere else to live. It's not going to happen under my roof.
yeah.
I've seen it do too many bad things, in my life. I've had friends who have it has destroyed them. So
Yeah, I do agree. Some people can't handle it, and
yeah,
I do think. I mean, there are a lot of people out there who do use it responsibly, and
there's no such thing.
then it can go both ways. You know what I mean? It is an issue, a personal issue for the person, and
Yeah.
each person should decide for themselves. And of course, if you would live underneath your roof, you have to follow your rules. I mean,
Yeah, this is a funny comment by my wife. The last time you smoked pot, the SWAT team came to the door. I hadn't tried anything like that in 20 or 30 years since I was in my early 20s, late teens. And then I finally buy some legal. The first time I actually smoke a little bit and get a buzz, Metro is banging on my door, which has never banged on my door. And I've lived here 21 years. There was something going on in the house behind me. They wanted to get through my garage to get to my side property. and they had a canine with them. It's just odd that I just happened to be high, and I got somebody banging on the door, and it's Metro. It's like, what the fuck? So, and then I waited in the garage for them for like an hour until they'd done what they had to do over the back wall, and they came back through my garage, and I said goodbye to them. It's just kind of funny that I just happened to be
paranoid the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, I had no reason to be because it's legal, and I'm in my own home, but still, it happened that way, and it was funny. So.
Yeah, life is funny.
So this morning I got yesterday I got the new fans for my RSD because the original ones with the extruder fans were the fans on the direct drive heads were very loud, very noisy. So I got the new ones. I put them on today, and didn't change the noise of the printer that much. But to me, that doesn't bother me because to me it's air pressure noise. It's not noise of a mechanism moving. It's air pressure noise being forced through a small area, which you will hear because it's been baffled, right? And I'd rather hear that than have my system overheat and fail.
Yep.
Right. So I'm way happier with air pressure noise than everyone's out there complaining. Oh, this is very loud. This is very noisy. The printer says it's silent steppers. Yes, it has got 2208 silent steppers. Doesn't say it's silent fans anywhere. It's not even in the description of any printer. No printers have silent fans. And if you replace fans with Noctura fans, which are really quiet, but the CFM of a
They're
Noctura
terrible.
fan is not as high as other fans.
That's why I put 4020s on all my hot ends. If it's the real thick Noctua, they work great. The thin ones that people would buy don't move enough air, but the thick ones do. So I put the real thick ones on my printers.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the Noctura fans often do not have the throughput, the CFM, to meet the demands of something, especially the 32-bit boards and the 2208s and 2209 steppers. They get hot. You need to push a lot of air past those chips because they get really hot and they get hot fast.
Yeah.
So I'd rather have noisy fans than burning out my steppers all the time.
There's a 4020 right there on Dave Petzel's.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you run the thin ones, then it's not going to work out for you. The thick ones are. And those are all 5-volt fans, and then I have to have buck converters on all my printers that run those fans.
Now the problem is
I can only get them in 5-volt.
Yeah, I can't put those on it because the whole print head unit goes up inside a metal cage, and there's no space inside the cage to put a bigger fan in it. Let me show you.
I'll be right back, Jerry. I got
All
Amazon dropped something on the porch.
Cool. Better get it before your neighbors get it. Yeah, I thought I had a package one day that disappeared. It said it was delivered at like 6 o'clock one night. I woke up in the middle of the night. I'm checking my security cameras to see if one of the neighbor kids riding their bikes took it. And I finally got up the next morning, and it wasn't delivered by the company that said delivered it. It was in the mailbox. So the mailman must have got a handoff. And the original company, DHL, said it was delivered when actually USPS delivered it.
Yeah. So this is the hot end for the RSD. And your whole your stepper motor, your extruder, your cooling fan, the cooling fan fan goes in here, and your part cooling fan as well. It's all in one box. So the fan that goes on here cools your stepper motor and the heat exchanger for your hot end, and then the other fan, which is actually mounted on the front here, is mounted on this side, brings air in to cool the part. So there's no room in these to put a PET fan in there, unless you lose this completely and make it all open.
Yeah, the PET fan would replace the whole thing if he designed something like that.
Yeah.
But I doubt it would.
Yeah, I actually have something similar for like the TiVo Flash. The TiVo Flash was one of the first machines to come out that had dual 4010s on it, and I basically took that whole front off of it And let me see if I can. I took the whole front off of it and then have that now. So
yeah, and the other thing
that's
about the IDEX,
that's a TiVo.
one of the other issues with IDEX is when the the hot end parks itself either left or right, it goes right over to the edge, right? So there's no space to mount anything on the side. But when you're printing in certain modes, when extruder 2 is being activated, you're printing with extruder 2, it's all the way on one side, so there's no space, but it comes out right up to the next extruder as the home position before it goes out to print. So there's no space on the sides of these for anything to be mounted either. So, and because it's on a linear rail at the back, the only place to mount anything is in the front. And even then, on the front, you have to do this first hole is to release the for film and feed from on top, and the second hole is a button you push to drop out the nozzle because it's a quick exchange nozzle. So you push a button and the whole nozzle comes out, and you push the nozzles in. There's no screwing it in. You just push in the next one.
Yeah, Kit, I had ordered a bag of popcorn from Walmart, the packing popcorn, and I couldn't find it. It was over in my bushes one day because the wind blew it there. And then a week later, I got another bag in the mail. So I guess Walmart screwed up and gave me a free bag. And yeah, Yoav, I've had that problem. I've had USPS things give me emails, delivery confirmation that says that a package was undeliverable to my house when they can drop it inside the fence. They can knock on my door. They can put it in a lockbox 2 houses down. And then another day it says it was dropped off in the box, and I go and unlock it. It's not in there. And then a day or two later, it's there. So it really irritates me. They say things are delivered when they're not delivered. Then a couple of days later, after you make 20 phone calls trying to get a hold of them, they don't answer, then it shows up. So, yeah, they're doing a lot of lying.
Well, what happens is sometimes it depends on who it is. Like Amazon, when they deliver something, if it's Amazon doing the delivery, they have to be standing on your property to scan it.
Amazon has never failed me. When their delivery trucks come here, they set it down, they take a picture of it. They're awesome. USPS sucks.
Well, what happens is sometimes the delivery guys do a batch scanning. They do batch scanning of what they're about to deliver, and it shows up as being delivered, but they never take it out of the truck, and they'll find it 2 days later and drop it off to your home.
I've got a magazine years ago that had all kinds of gadgets and gizmos and pranks and magic and all kinds of junk in it. And I got it like a month or two after I should have got it in the mail, and was all wadded up like it was in somebody's back pocket for months, like they'd been looking at it, and they showed it in my mailbox. Thank God it wasn't a Playboy magazine or something, huh?
Hey, Jerry, I'm going to come in with my second profile. I'd like to show you some of my cans, what I've been doing. Hold on a second. Not with this profile. I'm joining now.
Okay. Nice.
Are you being sponsored by Monster? If not, they should be.
Huh.
Yeah, I drink Monsters every stream. I need to be too.
You should be reaching out to those guys. And
Sorry, guys.
I drink a Monster every other day at least to keep me awake.
You know that, Matt? You should be reaching out to Monster to get sponsorship.
Yeah, I agree.
You should go to your local depot. I'm sure there's a local distributor for Monster. And you should go to them and show them what you're doing.
Yeah, where do you live at? Copyright infringement, and they might make a big deal out of it too.
They won't because they won't because you're scanning it, because it's out there. They're, you can buy the cans anywhere and everywhere.
It's free advertising for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Jerry. Thank you very much.
That's a nice image. I love that one.
What you
Those
eating,
are
Jason?
amazing, Matt.
Yeah, those are cool.
What are you eating, Jason?
Nothing.
What did you get in the mail? Anything good you can talk about?
I have no idea. It was just a bunch of stuff from Amazon. I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, people like stuff from Amazon.
Oh, I never. I was on the JG Maker live
Switch.
stream the other night. Guess what, Jerry?
What?
I won another printer.
Oh, cool.
I have one. I have the artist. Or not the artist. I have the JG Maker Magic. So I have one. So what I'm going to leave it in the box, and I'm just going to give it to a school.
Did you have to answer a question or be the right?
No,
number?
they randomly selected.
Okay. Yeah, I quit hanging out on those screens because I don't like their tactics.
Well, what JG Maker tend to do is they pick maybe 10 or 15 people randomly, and just throw their names into it, and then select out of that rather than putting everyone's name, because everyone will be complaining my name's not in there. So they just say, well, we're going to do it this way and that way. But it worked out fine. Like, it hasn't been delivered, it's sent to me yet, but it's probably going to come in about a week or so. But I'm just going to give it directly to a school. Is what my plan is.
Yeah. Yeah, one time the driver said, here, and just tried to hand me. I said, you're supposed to take a picture first. She goes, no, I don't have to. I said, okay, but you're supposed to.
Well, no, if you put it into your hand, they don't have to.
Yeah.
If you leave it outside, they do.
They usually set it on the outside of my fence, take a picture, then set it on the inside instead of coming in the property. And I said, you should at least take a picture of it sitting on the inside of the fence. That way I can't say, oh, my neighbor, somebody stole it. But,
Okay,
package.
so this winter, I plow snow for the restaurant. So I've got the snow blade on front of my pickup. It's attached. I'm pulled almost to the garage, and it had snowed all day. So I plowed the snow in my driveway, but of course there was still a lot of snow left. So I get a picture. I ordered this really expensive piece of electronics, and they left it outside, leaned up against the front of my snow blade. So when I got it in the truck, I had no idea I had something sitting there. When you look down at the snow blade, I can't see anything in front of the snow. So I always push this. I always lift up my blade in the wintertime and then pull the snow back. So I lifted up my blade, and all of a sudden this huge package just falls down. It's like, oh, you're shitting me. And so I got online, and here's a picture of this package. Why would you do that? You could have leaned it against my front door. You could have, I've got, and it's like, oh my God, are you kidding me?
That was the first thing they came across.
Oh,
If you're waiting on filament from ZYLTECH, you should ping them on Facebook and Messenger on their page, and let them know. Now, if they said that if you've already given them the details, you could be waiting 2 months to get it because
what was
Are you
that?
saying I'm an ass, Jerry?
Excuse you.
What was that, Jerry?
what?
That was Jerry pushing a button saying Liam's an ass.
Well, by the way, did you happen to see the picture of Spring with her new buddy eating lunch?
Which new buddy?
Big boobs.
Naomi.
She wasn't with. No, that wasn't Spring. That
was it Spring?
Different lady.
You're thinking of Tina.
Yeah, I seen the picture. That was
reality. There was Tina and Naomi.
Oh, it was Tina. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
well,
You're right.
the woman that was with Naomi was a little hottie, so whoever she
Her
was.
name is.
I was going
Tina.
to say Tina is beautiful.
Yeah, she's real pretty.
Yeah, so that was Tina and Naomi is what it was.
Okay. Well, Spring came out with a post as well where she started the new job and she's really loving it.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
with Cubic. Yeah. Oh, and did you hear that? What's his name in Soval left? What's his name? Oh, my head is frying today. What's his name
The
again?
one that's always on the live streams.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Yeah, I know it, but I can't think
Ronald.
of it. Ronald,
He left Soval.
Yeah, Ronald was the other woman's boss, I believe, and every time I tried to get a printer to review, Ronald said no. My channel.
Ronald is the head of marketing.
Okay.
But now Heidi is taking over his job.
Okay.
But somebody else, there's going to be another supervisor who's got more experience, is going to be working with her for a while until she builds up, till she gets more experience, right? Because she's young. Heidi's in her mid-20s, right? So she'll be working with somebody else, but she's going to be taking over marketing for Soval.
Yeah, I don't know how those companies in China work, so it's hard to tell why people come and go or what's really going on behind the scenes.
I know he's moving to another company, and I know the company, and I don't know if I can say where it is yet because it hasn't been announced.
2 doors down in the same building, probably.
No, it's actually the other side of town, but I know where he's going. But I don't know if I can say it because he hasn't announced it.
Yeah, can you spell it?
Sorry?
Can you spell it?
IT.
Okay.
It's on the other side of the building.
That's not bad for an Irishman.
All right, guys. I gotta head off because my dogs are barking, and I have to keep him down.
Well, thank you very much, Matt, for coming on.
We'll see
You're
you,
awesome.
Thank you for letting me
You're
on.
great. You're always welcome. Take care.
Thank you.
Take care.
You too. Bye.
Yeah. So with Ronald gone, Heidi's taking over, and with so there's a lot of people moving around, and they tend to move within the 3D printing community because there's not that many companies out there. Like, well, there's a few, but there's not that many companies in the Shenzhen area. There's X amount in there, and people tend to hop from company to company within Shenzhen. Other companies are around there, but they're away. There's some in Hong Kong, which is about 4 or 5 hour drive. And most of the people over there, most people in China don't drive. They use public transport because public transport there is good. So so there's only X amount of companies. Creality is there, Soval is there, Anycubic is there. Who else is there? JG Maker's there. ZYLTECH are there.
A lot of companies, it's very difficult to get a driver's license, even if you wanted to, if you're a foreigner.
I don't know. I never had a problem getting a driver's license. Well, see, it depends. In a lot of cases, you can get if before you leave your home country, if you go to your local country and you get what's called an international license, and they'll give you one, right? When you travel to other countries, that is deemed your license, and they'll accept it.
Yep.
So you don't have to get a driver's license over there if you have one from your home country. Now,
I had a neighbor, retired military chopper pilot, Black Hawk pilot, that moved to the Philippines with his wife that was Filipino. And for some reason, he couldn't get a license in the Philippines. She could, he couldn't.
No, he should be able to.
Well, I don't know what happened. Then they wound up in Guam, and now I think he's still in Guam now.
Yeah, I don't know, because getting one in the Philippines is easy.
He was one of the pilots that was involved in Black Hawk Down, that movie years ago, but he would never watch the movie nor talk to me about it. But he knew those guys that were in the movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I like... When I came from Germany, because when I was living in Germany, I had a German driver's license. Because I changed because I was living there for many years. When I moved from Germany to Singapore, I had a Singaporean driver's license that was easy to get. But when I came to the US, because I had a German in Germany I used my Irish license. In Singapore I had a Singaporean license. But when I came to the US, you can only use your foreign license for 6 months here. After that, you have to get a local license. And I had to reset a driving test here. I didn't have to do any of the other prep work. I just had to do the written test, which was 5 minutes, right? It's easy, right? And then I had to do an actual driving test here. Again, they're easy enough, but I had to do one to transfer because in the US, you drive defensively. And in Ireland, we're offensive drivers. So I had to change. I had to get a license to certify me under the U.S. Driving method. But if I had a German license, I could just convert it without any test. But I didn't get one when I was in Germany. I just used my Irish license when I was there because I had an international license.
Okay. Most countries drive on the other side of the road, and we're backwards.
Actually, no. Most countries drive on the same side of the road as here. There are a few countries like Ireland, England, Australia, New Zealand, I think. There's a few countries that drive on the opposite side.
Have you driven any of those countries, Jason or Liam or David, where is it confusing when you first take off and you're going the wrong side?
I've done it all. I do it. No,
backwards.
actually, driving on the
Sometimes-
opposite side of the road to here is easier. Like we do in Ireland, it's easier to go back to that than it is to come from that to the way you drive here.
Mm-hmm.
It's more natural.
I've driven in a right-hand drive car in the United States,
No,
which
that's
is
hard.
really bizarre.
Yeah.
Because you're on the outside of the road.
Yeah, you're on the passenger driving.
And you're shifting with the left hand. Yeah, it's very confusing.
Yeah, but it's easier to go from a left-hand drive, it's easier to go from a left-hand drive to a right-hand drive than it is to go from a right-hand drive to a left. Because driving on using a right-hand drive car actually feels more natural. Converting over to driving to a left-hand drive like here, that's harder to take the switch. So if you went from here to Ireland, you'll pick it up. Like at first, you'll be weird, but you'll pick it up easy. But if you're from Ireland or Australia or any of those, and you come here, it's harder to actually convert to the US way, or the rest of the world way.
What used to mess me up was if I'd go somewhere, you're driving on the left side of the road, but you're in a left-hand drive car. So it felt like I'd get in the car and it just felt normal, and I would pull out on the street and I'd get about, I don't know, 100 yards down the street and go, crap, I'm on the wrong side, because the car I was in just never didn't shift my mind into where I was, and it was difficult going when you're bouncing back and forth from different sides of the planet. And
I'm not familiar with the CR10 Smart.
The CR10 Smart is a brand new printer. It hasn't even been released really yet.
300 by 300 should print most helmets, most, not all.
it's a CR10 with a CR6 Max head on it and Wi-Fi, so that you can, because Creality's trying to push their cloud slicing thing.
Yeah.
If you could buy any printer in the world, I would say get anything. It's at least 400 by 400. You can do almost anything with it, and you don't have to worry about being limited.
Yeah, but I would say that the CR10 Max, I won one of those on the Banggood giveaway.
The Max or the Smart?
The Smart, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I gave them my information, but I haven't been told when I'm going to get it. Probably 6 months now in Banggood.
They're walking it over to you right now.
Yeah, it's on the back of a duck that's swimming here.
Yeah, I don't think self-driving cars will ever be the thing here ever.
Oh, they will.
I hope
God,
they will be. I hate to drive. I hate driving. I would love to just walk outside and just either be able to have somebody else drive me everywhere and wait on me and bring me back, or just have the car do it. I would love that.
My brother thought there were self-driving semis on the road in the U.S. that doesn't have a driver in the cab, and I think a driver has to always be present in case something goes wrong.
At present, yes.
And because my brother thought there wasn't, I said, no, I'm sure somebody has to be in the cab in case something goes wrong. He says, well, what if there's road construction and they got a stop sign up? How are they going to be able to tell that truck to move forward? But I said, well, there has to be a driver behind the wheel to take over.
No, the software can actually read that.
And then he said, well, what if somebody drives by the baseball bat and knocks off some sensors and the truck runs off the road? Yeah, okay. A lot of things can happen.
No, actually, what it does is they're designed that if they have more, I know, but they're designed that if so many sensors go down, it would actually pull over to the side of the road and park itself.
Yeah, if it could, depending on what side the sensors were damaged on.
No, well, no, it would. That's what it does. It just, if it can't use the sensors, it will park itself because it cannot drive on its own. That's the way it is. That's the way they're designed right now. That's the way the Teslas are. And the Mach-E has self-driving built in, but it's not active yet. They haven't turned it on because they haven't the knowledge, they haven't the years of knowledge like Tesla has of learning data for years to activate it, but they have the functionality built into the Mach-E.
Back in the 70s when they came out with cruise control, Winnebago had to come out in their manual to explain what that meant, because I heard of somebody putting on cruise control, got up out of the wheel and went back to use the bathroom, and he ran off the road and wrecked and didn't know why.
Yeah, that would not surprise me.
So
it's why they actually it's why you can no longer get hot pockets like the hot apple pies and stuff in places that take out because people burn themselves because it's hot. It's hot. You're going to burn yourself. Be careful. But no, people are stupid.
Yeah, I went to Taco Bell.
That was that person here that went to McDonald's, ordered hot coffee, drank it. It was hot, and then sued them because it burned them, even though that's what they asked for, and they're old enough to know the difference between hot and cold. But it's America. They won a ton of money.
I went to Taco Bell in Pahrump one time on a Friday afternoon when I had my property out there, and I went through Taco Bell and I got a bunch of Zappa empanadas. And she said, we have to wait a couple minutes before we give them to you. They're too hot. And I said, I'm driving to my property. It's 15 minutes away. I'm not going to eat them. And she believed me, so she gave them to me. I didn't touch them. I went to my property. Things were fine. But yeah, they have a law because they don't want to be sued. So
I got sued. I got sued at the restaurant. A lady came in. Her teeth were rotten. She came in and we offered free popcorn. We always do. And she ate the popcorn, accidentally broke into a kernel, broke her tooth. The dentist, the oral surgeon said that the tooth was totally rotten, but I still had to pay for the oral surgery, the extraction, and then the crown.
That happens with popcorn. You can't avoid it. But she's just suing. She never got no addition. Oh, well.
Here's a problem here. The problem here is it's Sioux Nation. Everybody sues everybody. And the court agrees with the idiots. The court is at fault. If you went into a court in Ireland or in many other countries in the world, and you say I broke my tooth on a kernel of corn, and the people know what popcorn is, right? And if you sue somewhere for that in Ireland, the judge would laugh at you until you get out of his courtroom.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Even got close to being in court.
They can't do that here.
Get out of the room. Get out of the court.
They can't do that here, and that's the flaw and the benefit of those damages laws, and the liability is for it to be fair when someone is at fault. The other side of that is it's narrow enough to also harm somebody who's not at fault. So you can't leave it to the judge to make a decision on their own because they don't make up law. They don't,
It's not trial lawyers. It's the ambulance chasers they're not trial lawyers. I deem a trial lawyer that actually someone who actually fights real cases, not ambulance chasers, right? Yeah. Ambulance chasers are out to get money because they don't get a penny unless you do. So their whole goal is to do what they can to take money away from somebody else because otherwise they don't get paid.
And that's how you make money.
Yeah, and that's how they make their money, right? So in that case, that's where the issue is. Mm-hmm. We don't have those. You pay your lawyer their fees. They go to court. If you win something, you pay the balance, and that's it. There's a fee. That's the end of it, and that's the way it should be here. There should be none of this pro bono stuff that we get paid when you get paid type of scenario, because all that does is entice people who want money to lay false claims against people for stupidest things to turn around and then the lawyer will do everything they can to make it happen. They'll spin the story every way they can just so they get money. And that should never be the case. It should
before
their service. That's it.
Before COVID, every commercial was on TV was either for a dealership or sue somebody.
I don't watch TV, so
yeah.
So now real trial
I can't
lawyers.
imagine not having TV. I can't even comprehend that.
Well, we stream what we want to watch.
Well, it's still TV. It's on your TV, right?
Yeah, but it's not like TV channels. We don't have TV channels. We got a box you hang on the wall, and then we stream over the internet to that smart box, right? And we watch Netflix or
You're
whatever.
sitting there in a chair or couch. You're looking at a screen, right?
Correct.
That's what I mean.
Okay. Well, we have TVs.
I don't mean.
I know what you
TV
mean,
channel.
Liam. Yeah, we don't do that either. We don't sit and watch television.
Yeah.
Like the network stories and TV shows, and we might do it every now and then, just to have it on for
I
something.
watch
But we don't.
NBC Nightly News on YouTube after the fact with no commercials. A couple hours later, and I watch YouTube, Netflix, Sling, whatever else.
It's been 9 years since we've had TV channels in this house.
Yeah, we don't. We really don't. We'll watch things on Stars. Like we'll watch. Oh, what's that? Oh, you should know. What's the one with the Scottish guy on Stars? Not Highlander. The other one. What's it called? It's got the woman that goes back in time.
I don't
they're all
watch Stars,
Scottish.
so I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen
I've seen that
Oh,
one.
what the
That's,
heck is it
The
now?
Stones, she
It
goes
was
to the
actually
Stones.
pretty good. Yeah, she goes
Yeah.
through the stone. Yeah, I can't think of the name of it now.
I
But
don't know.
What network?
yeah,
What network is that on? I gotta find
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Stars.
What would you say? Outlander. He says it's called.
Outlander. Yeah.
I've never
write
seen
No,
it.
down.
Outlander.
I forgot
Yeah,
the name of it.
Outlander. Yeah,
Yeah.
because they
I
call
forgot.
it the Outlander. Yeah,
I
no, it
seen
was
the-
actually. I didn't want to watch it, and Sandra she was like, "Oh, let's put it on," and I was walking around the house doing something, and kept passing by the TV, and she was watching it, and I would catch little pieces, and then it was actually pretty interesting. It was pretty good. It's a really good show.
I've never seen it.
But I mean, that's the kind of stuff we will sit and watch when we get to it. I don't. Who knows how far behind or caught up on any of those things are, because
Yeah.
they're just there. Whenever
Yeah,
I love futuristic, apocalyptic movies, things that happen in the future, things like that. I watch lots of war stuff.
Did you see The Wandering Earth? It's Chinese, but it's about the planet Earth, that our sun was dying, and they actually, what it is they built, they put rockets on Earth, on the planet Earth, stopped it from rotating, which in physics you can't do, right? No, you can't really do it, because you'd have 1,000-mile-an-hour winds that would destroy everything on the surface, right? But they stopped the Earth from rotating, put rockets on one side of the Earth, and they're moving the Earth through space to another solar system, to a safer to put it in orbit on another planet.
Michelle
It's
Outlander.
not a bad movie, actually. Even though most of it's in Chinese and it's all the subtitle or whatever, or it's dubbed, it's actually not bad. It's the story.
it sounds
is not
horrible.
bad. It's actually not bad.
It sounds really horrible.
No, and there's another one now. There's
I'll look it
another
up, though.
Korean one. There's another Korean one that's actually quite good. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I've seen it. It's actually not a bad movie either. It's,
Dogs want a bone. Hold on.
we my wife is Filipino, but and she likes to watch Korean soap operas. In the Philippines, Korean soap operas are all a thing, right? So she watches Korean soap operas on TV online, and so when now and again something will show up on what she's watching, and it might be something that'll appear in Netflix or something. So I'll actually go watch it, and then, I like the sci-fi stuff. So Frozen or Between Star Systems. Yeah, it actually was Frozen. It was kind of interesting. They were living.
Yeah, I never watched Zoo. I think I watched one episode or something, but I never watched it.
I'm trying to remember that other one. That's kind of
The Lost in Space that I think it was Netflix that they did. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
They got another
Yeah.
one coming out soon. I'm not sure when.
They have
but
season 2 coming.
Another. Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it, Netflix,
Actually,
if it got
season
canceled
3,
or not.
I think they've already had 2 seasons out.
Oh, they have 2. Yeah,
Yeah.
You're correct. Old Curmudgeon, you are correct. Marcus, you can slowly, very, very slowly stop it rotating.
Resident Alien is excellent. Yeah, but
So yeah, that is possible. But you must remember, it's moving at 1,000 miles per hour. So to slow it down,
Sandy.
you need to have the counteract the inertia of the whole planet to slow it down. Right? So that what will happen is one side will be all night, one side will be all day, and the nighttime side will get really, really, really cold very fast, and also will upset the weather because our rotation actually creates a lot of our weather, and without us rotating, our weather would go haywire.
So, Liam, do you think within our lifetime, everybody here on the stream, that an asteroid's going to hit the Earth and wipe out lots of people?
Asteroids hitting Earth, then asteroid no. Meteorites, 100 ton of them hits the planet every single day.
I'm talking about something big enough to take out a city.
No,
I thought there was one that was coming that was supposed to hit in like 2060 or something.
Actually, that was Apophis, and with Apophis's recent pass, they analyzed its trajectory a lot more closer and its size and its makeup, and they said for the next 1,000 years we're safe.
Okay.
So they have updated data now. Before that, the chance of it hitting us was something like 1,000 to 1.
What do you plan on being around, Dave?
How about Yellowstone? It's already 10,000 years past the caldera. It's already 10,000 years past when it was supposed to. It's been on very regular.
They've actually looked at Yellowstone. They've actually looked at the caldera in Yellowstone, and it's not as big as they think. And it's not as big as a problem as they think, and they don't think it's going to blow like it was first estimated.
That's what they always. That's what they always
say. That. Yeah.
They say that from the emergency command tent, right? After something happens,
Don't you ever watch Monty Python?
Yep.
You never get away from the Spanish Inquisition.
So,
no.
What they did was they actually looked at Yellowstone in a lot more depth, and from what they were looking at, they found out that the magma is actually deeper than they thought, and it's not as big, and there's multiple chambers, but the really deep chambers are not full, from what they can analyze. So it's not an issue right now. It probably won't be for thousands of years, if it ever will be.
Okay,
Liam, we're gonna all come to your house when it happens, and we're gonna.
Sure, you're welcome. I'm far enough away from it for it to be less of a problem over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. It's kind of funny, but there's a lot of I like the sci-fi stuff.
I do too.
I really liked what was the one with George Clooney in it? Gravity.
Yeah, Gravity.
The science wasn't perfect, but it was good. It wasn't perfect, but the science was pretty good.
I was gonna say Toy Story.
Toy Story?
Because wasn't he Buzz Lightyear?
He was the voice of Buzz Lightyear.
He was Buzz Lightyear, yes.
Yeah.
That's the only sci-fi thing I knew that closest thing to sci-fi.
What was the other one about them? What's his name? He was in the Lincoln Lawyer. What's his name?
Matthew McConaughey?
Yeah, what's the sci-fi one he was in?
We saw that one. Not Frequency.
No.
I know it was the one where he got lost somehow in
time
or something in space, and he came.
Here's a picture of Liam when he takes his hat off. You ready?
Oh no.
Oh no, that's Joe Biden.
Interstellar, that's it. Thank you, kid.
Interstellar, yes.
Yeah, so
Interstellar was good.
Yeah. The science in Interstellar was actually pretty good.
How many guys have you? How many people here are watching have watched shows that you've seen years ago, and you go to rewatch a series, and you're into like the first season, third episode, you're like, this looks familiar, because you already seen it before, but you forgot about it. That happens to me all the time.
No, not
the
yet.
Same show or
I got about 10, 15 years before that happens.
Yeah, the same movie or something. I mean, I forgot shows that I went and rewatched them thinking it was new. It's like, wow, this looks familiar. And then something happens like, yeah, I think I've seen that before. And you've already seen it a year or two ago and you forgot. That's the way my memory is sometimes.
Jerry, is this what I have in store for me in 6 years' time?
I don't know, man. Some things I remember forever from years ago and some things I forget.
Only 6?
There's only 6 years between Jerry and I.
Oh.
So, yeah, I'll be 57 in June 12th.
Wow.
Gemini.
You'll
June
be
18th here,
you'll
and
be
I'll be
57?
64.
Yeah.
I'll be 64.
so you've got 8 years on me. Wow.
Yeah,
My
I
dad
turned.
was 57 when he passed away when I was 17.
Yeah,
Wow.
I turn 51 this June.
Wow.
Let me tell you, it goes
You
by
June
quick.
too?
Was-
All of us are June?
No, I was 48 in February.
Okay.
What day in
Now,
June?
once you get over
Liam?
50, the days start
30.
going faster and faster. I mean it. You wake up, next thing you know, it's 3 o'clock, and it's like, wow, where did they go?
Wow.
I hate napping during the day.
You need more Geritol.
I really hate I can't do it. It annoys. If I fall asleep, if I fall asleep during the day, and it's rare I do, but if I do, even for an hour, when I wake up, my day is ruined. I'm exhausted for the whole day afterwards.
Wow.
Naps actually make me more tired than just keep going and get it done. I'd rather just keep trudging through it and getting the work done.
The only time I want to sleep in the middle of the day is when I'm at work.
The
It's
only
the only
time
time I want to go back to bed.
The only time it happens to me is if I've been, like, if I'm sick, or if I've been just doing something like working crazy hours till like 11 or 12 o'clock at night, which I've done many times in the past.
Yeah.
I'm just so exhausted that I can't have it. I don't have a choice but to nap during the day. But when I
Yeah.
do, it just drains my energy. Like if I'm not up at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, like a sleep-in for me is anything after 5 a.m. is a sleep-in for me. Because I'm up at 5 a.m. every morning.
Yo, you're in your early 30s? Early 30s, I'd say.
Who?
Yo,
That was on a while ago.
Oh, yeah.
but yeah,
In his early 30s.
I can't do naps during the day.
Now, if he's in his 20s, then I insulted him, but
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah. It ruins my whole day. My day is gone. I'm exhausted afterwards. So they make me more tired than anything else. He's 28.
He's okay, late 20s, sorry.
So I'm an extra in a movie with my car in a convertible. How cool is that?
Wow.
Which movie?
Here we go. Hold on.
Super
How to play
chat.
this. Awesome. Thank you, Marcus. Awesome. Thank you very much for $4.99. Very cool. Go ahead, Dave.
So the movie is called East of Middle West, and it's kind of a psychological thriller. It's about this kid that kind of grows up in a bad, super bad environment, and he has this one situation where he just messes around with these people that just bad people. I mean, he just hooks up with some bad people. Some people in his life are really bad. He goes out with a bunch of guys, and they're just farting around, and he takes a frozen turkey and throws it out of a moving truck. He's in the back end of a moving truck, and it goes through the windshield and kills a mother and daughter, a young daughter, and the husband's driving, and the whole thing is about the dichotomy of this father who grew up really bad, this kid that grew up really bad. He wants to be good, but he does this bad things, and it's a really good movie. I got a chance to view it when it was still being edited.
I'm going to interrupt you again. Thank you, 3D Prep Newbie.
Super chat.
Awesome. Thank you. I turned down the volume ultimatum. I hope it's better in your ears. Awesome. Thank you very much.
You can turn that a little bit lower, Jerry.
So
It's really loud.
So the guy that wrote the screenplay for it is a real good friend of mine, and he asked me to come out. They were filming it in our town, so he asked me to come out with my car because it was during the late 70s, and I've got this 72 Corvette convertible, and so I'm just I'm just driving around in kind of a circuit as they're filming this whole thing, and you get to see me pass by this truck as a guy lifts a gun and points it at me during this whole time where the kid is in the back end and they're thinking about throwing a turkey out and the whole bit. So you get to see me pulling past the other direction in my Corvette with my hat on, and I got my top down, and it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Have people ever approached you, movie people, wanting to rent your vehicles?
No, they have not.
Because I'm just wondering, when they rent vehicles, obviously the owner would want to stand there and make sure they're not slamming doors and being rough on their vehicle. That'd be tough. That'd be tough.
Because
old vehicles be stored, obviously they have to I'm sure the movie sets might have some, but a lot of those, they probably have to rent them from people or use miniatures if they can't find them.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing they rent is houses. That's probably the biggest thing they rent. They rent people's houses in different neighborhoods because it fits the scene that they want to record.
Yeah, when I lived in Fort Lauderdale, we used to, when we go out into the intercoastal, we'd get in the boat and go out. A few times as we passed by the, what was that show, Dexter?
Mm-hmm.
Where he lived, the apartment building he lived in was, they filmed it in one that was right on the intercoastal. So sometimes we'd be going by and you'd see the film crew and the police, and they'd have it all blocked off. But since we were in the waterway, you can pass right by because they don't have the camera going that way. We'd see them filming. Sometimes they rented right there.
How many times do they have to reshoot that scene you're in, David, or did they get it right the first time?
They had to shoot it. It was just cooler than shit because they had all the equipment there. So they had to reshoot it 4 times. Now they had me going around, and they're throwing beer cans, and we just don't know I don't know what's going to happen. And I told them, I said, you guys can they're throwing empty beer cans, but I said, you can throw it right at me if you want to. I'm not, my 72, I could care less. It was a blast just to be in it. And then they have all this super high-end camera equipment, of course, but everything is done digitally. And so they can view the scenes, they can play it back right then.
Yeah.
And so they know what to reshoot. And so they were showing this. They had the guy was in like a Mustang with his wife and daughter. And so they had a camera inside the Mustang showing them as they're driving, and the windshield already had a hole in it. So they were throwing the turkey basically from just kind of the side of the car. So they did everything was done kind of sleight of hand. They film everything up close, and they used lighting, and what you think you see is not really what's happening, So they're throwing a turkey through the freaking window, and when you see the final product, it looks like it's coming from a truck, coming the other direction, doing 50,
all the cut shots,
50 miles an hour.
Yeah,
and then it stops, and then you see the turkey coming through, and then you see it. They don't show it taking out the mother and daughter, but you see it doing a lot of damage, and then you see the car rolling. Well, if they actually had a stunt guy do that, and then they had to have tow trucks come out and prop the car back up. Needless to say, you could only do that once because that was a lot of damage. But they did the turkey thing probably 5 times before they really felt confident that they got a really good shot. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of cold that night, and I'm in a convertible, when I say cold, it was probably 55.
That's cold.
That's really cold when you're in a convertible, even doing 20 miles an hour, and I didn't bring a jacket, but I wasn't going to leave because I wanted to be in this movie and I wanted to watch everything they were doing because it was just so fantastically interesting. I mean, it was just crazy interesting.
No, I've seen the process.
Yeah. I mean, it just, I mean, so I froze. I froze my ass off and had one of the best times of my life.
I spent 6 weeks on set in Ireland with the recording of the battle scenes for Braveheart.
Oh, nice.
Now I got to go watch that and look for you.
I love Braveheart.
Yeah, it's a great
Are you
movie.
holding your wooden sword? Oh, you have the sword, right? You kept it. I think you said.
It's metal.
Oh, it's metal. Okay.
Most people had rubber swords. But because there was about 100 of us that were there from the beginning, because they brought us up in 2 batches, I was there for a whole 6 weeks. Some other people came up around halfway through it, and they were there for about 2 weeks and then they left again. And for the first 2 weeks, we were actually with the stuntmen, or the first week we were with the stuntmen, practicing throws and like how to attack, like how to make it look realistic in the battle. So the stuntmen were actually teaching us because we'd be right behind the stunt guys and the main actors. So like you see the scenes where they're running to each other and someone goes flipped over their head. We actually did that. We actually threw people over. So we practiced that. So they all had, we had to learn how to land properly. So we spent a week training on that. That was kind of fun. And then so we did all the close-up stuff behind the main actors.
So did you get when they had the Irish conscription?
Yeah.
And they turn him around because he says I'm the most important guy on my island.
Yeah.
Can you say that?
No.
I want to hear you say it.
I'm the least important person on my island.
But it sounds
and
right.
I'm not on my island.
Dave, 3D Print Newbie wants to know, is that a Creality camera behind you on your headboard? Next to your printer behind you, is that a Creality camera?
Next to my where?
Next to the printer on the headboard, there's a black object with a white base. Is that a Creality camera?
Right? No.
Other way.
Behind you.
On the board, your white board behind you. Where to the left of your drill.
To the left of your drill. To the left of that red cat.
Over your right shoulder.
The thing with the round thing.
My right shoulder.
Over your right.
There.
Yes,
yeah.
right there.
No, that's a Weiss camera. That's an IP camera.
Okay.
Yeah, that is not a Creality camera. That is a Weiss IP camera.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one of the metal ones. You have. And the other guys, a lot of the other guys who came up later on were actually using the phone. And the fun thing is, you played every part. So you go up one day, like you get up at 4:30 in the morning because we started really early, right? And you go in and you get into a costume. You don't know what costume it is. So you get up in the morning because it was actually recorded in the big Irish military base in the Curragh. It's a huge open land around it, right? In this military base. So we recorded it there. And so you get up in the morning and you go in to get ready, and you could be putting on the British soldier's outfit. And you spend the whole day recording nothing but the scenes for the British soldiers, right? Certain scenes and you repeat it, you record it maybe 10 times over, different angles, different cameras. And coming in one side, coming in the other, they varied it, right? And what you don't see on it is the rows between the guys marching in are really far apart. They're about 15 feet between one person and the person in front of you when you're marching. The reason why is, and we actually saw this, we saw the guy doing this. They brought in a guy from California, from one of the studios, and he was being paid something like $30,000 an hour. What he was doing was, they'd record the scene of us being so far apart, and as soon as they recorded it, he'd come along with his software, and he'd pick all of us out, and replicators and scatters around. So 100 people would look like 10,000, but you'd never see yourself in there twice because the way he did it, the way the software did it, he'd put you in perspective mode and all this kind of stuff, placed you around and filled out the field and made it look like 10,000 people marching. And there was only about 150 of us.
Was you there for Red Nose Day when Mel Gibson, everybody had on the red noses charging?
He didn't do that.
They didn't do that?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I was there for 6 weeks.
Pictures.
They might have done it just for a photo shoot, I think.
Yeah, of course. It wasn't in the movie.
Yeah. But they also,
sure?
I know it was that, but I mean, like, he didn't do it for the charge. He only did it as a still, maybe. And then the next day you're out there and you're dressed up as a Scottish. And then the next day you go, you're dressed up as the Irish. And then you're out as the English again for 2 or 3 days. And you're Scottish for 3 or 4 days. And, you know, they're long days. They're 14, 15-hour days is average for these things, you know. Like, you start at 4:30 in the morning. You'll finish at 9 o'clock at night. And then you're up again at 4:30 the next day again. So we stayed in what they did was, because they wanted people who would follow instructions, they actually got the Irish reserves, the military reserves, to do it, because our reserves are not paid like you are here, right? So they're volunteers. So I was finished I was finished in the actual Navy. I was actually in the reserves at the time, and because I went from the Navy to the reserves afterwards. We normally do for a couple of years. And so they asked the reserves to do it. So because they follow orders, or give them a command to line up in file order and to march. It's what we do. It's what we're trained to do all the time, right? So that's why they actually came. They got the Irish to do it. They were going to do it in Scotland, but the British reserves turned them down. They wouldn't do it. So the Irish said, "Yeah, we'll do it. Sure." The same for Saving Private Ryan, the battle scene on the beach, when at the very beginning of the movie. That was recorded in Waterford in Ireland. They did it there again because they called up the Irish reserves. I wasn't there in it at the time, but they called up the reserves to do the battle scenes there as well. The only requirement is you have to be able to swim. Obviously,
and they pay you, right? They pay you for that?
They're paid. Oh yeah, you're paid as an actor, and you have to become like I'm a member. I had to become a member of the Actors Guild.
To get paid for scale or whatever.
And I also had to join the Stunt Federation because we were doing
stuff. Did you get paid for this?
No, that's not me. Remember, that's Joe Biden. But I had to join the Stunt Federation as well because I was doing stunts right behind the stuntmen. So we actually had to be a member of that. Otherwise, the unions would have come down on them.
Wow. So
we had to join. So we became members of the Actors Guild, and some of us became members of the Stunt Federation.
I didn't get paid when I did it.
Oh, I got paid for 6 weeks. I got good money too.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I got accommodation was paid for because
mine was just Fun Factor.
And I got all of the food included because the military put on the food. So the studio put on the food. So there's food room.
How you doing? Mr. Tom Lama, how's it going?
The closest I've come to a film was when I was still in the Marines. I'd flew back into the States, and I'd driven down to one of the bases where I had worked before to visit some folks, and I went through the gate and got into the over to the hangar, and there were some tables out with food, and I was like, oh, I wonder who's retiring. So I went up, made a plate, right? And my old boss had walked out the door into the hangar, and he saw me, and he just looked at me, started shaking his head, and he went back inside. And I was like, whatever. So I go inside with my food, and he didn't say anything. So I went back out to get some more, and there was some guy in a flight suit, and it was a training squadron for pilots, and I don't know everybody, they come and go. And he was just talking to me. Hey, how you doing? You work here? Yeah. You? Oh, no, I'm working on this. There's a photo shoot for a film, and, we're doing that. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And I talked to him for a few minutes, had no idea who he was or what food I was taking. And it ended up being craft services food for the film crew. And that was Harry Connick Jr. that I was talking to, that was doing a photo shoot with Will Smith for Independence Day.
Cool.
in the cockpit of some F-18s, behind the hangar.
They normally don't care.
He didn't care.
No, there's
nobody.
so
Oh,
much
nobody
filler.
said anything. Nobody
Yeah.
said anything, and it was just I had no idea who he was. I what I don't follow him or his music, and I didn't know who he was at the time, and I think that being someone like that, they can probably recognize pretty quick if if you're starstruck or if you just don't recognize them, and that's probably why he said something to me at all. Like hello. And that was it. I mean, it lasted all like
we're all
30
human beings.
seconds.
We all have different jobs. So
I hear
Yeah,
he's a nice
but the
guy.
food
though.
was good. He was very nice. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
heard
know
he's a
him
nice guy
beyond
to
30
meet.
seconds, but he was he was cordial.
Yeah. No, I hear there's some of them that are really, really nice, and there's some that are jerks. And I
Mhm.
heard he's nice. Jeff Goldblum is a nice guy to meet.
we have another guest popping in, and we all know him as the Blue Tape Man. Hey, what's going on?
The lawn.
I am
The
printing on
lawn.
blue tape right now, as a matter of fact.
Cool.
With
But can you
TPU
print blue tape?
on blue tape?
Okay, can you print blue tape?
Give me a minute. I'm
Two
gonna go out
air
and
fix.
design a damn blue tape printer now. Just to show you all.
You know what? You have
What are you drinking, apple
just been
juice?
given a challenge.
It's actually white grape juice,
Oh, cool. I was close. Okay.
and when it's gone, it's gonna be vodka.
Wait now, white grape juice. That's called wine, isn't it?
It's wine before yeah. It's wine before it gets whiny.
Oh, well,
White
we just need to
grape
have you
juice
then.
is
You're
the
whiny enough
really
to go.
I love white grape juice.
It's
really
the
good.
best. It
It's
is
the old
best.
O'Doul's version of wine.
How is your CNC
Welch's.
coming? Did you have to order a new colic for it?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So another week or so, we'll hear more about it.
That's what I'm doing now.
Okay. Where'd you have to
Waiting
order it
for
from?
Mr. Mailman. I actually ordered a real spindle too because I finally decided I wanted it. I was just like, you know what? Tired of waiting for the collets. I can get the spindle. I'm going to get the spindle almost as fast as I'm going to get the collets for the freaking regular router. So,
At least then you have a backup.
well, the router I
on
use
the
now
router.
anyway. I tried to take. DeWalt has their own collet size, which I didn't know. I thought it was an ER11, just like every other Palm router. Well, it's not. It's DeWalt's own size. So I bought ER11 collets and tried to make them fit. So I screwed up the stock collet, so I can't even use it as a regular router.
Yeah.
So I need the collets anyways.
I've never tried one of those printers. I think Cubic I do not do testing for the Cubic. So I've never tried their machines. I don't know.
I only have a resin printer, so I don't know either.
Yeah, I've tested many other brands, but never the Anycubics.
I'd say read reviews and go to YouTube and watch some videos on it and make an educated guess.
The Ciron,
Yeah.
I'm hearing a lot of it's okay, but it's too big to be. Bed slingers are bad at that size. Anything over a 300 bed slinger is just. It's a
Well, you can do it. You just have to slow down your prints.
Yeah. Well, everyone's like, but you're slowing down your print on a big ass printer that
Hey,
you want
what's
to
the
speed up because it's
What's
such
the
a
Crowley
big ass
machine that came
printer.
out with a year ago? It's like a Core XY, but it's not true Core XY.
The
That's that
CR6.
The Ender 4
Ender 4.
Was it?
is
The
an
Ender
H
4
bot.
was a true Core XY.
No, it was an H bot.
No,
Had one belt. Had
it
one
did
belt.
not have the extra motor.
No, it had one
Ender
belt.
4 was a true Core XY, and it failed miserably.
No, I don't
It had
think
bad
so.
bearings. Yep.
I don't. It
I
may. I
had this
did
whole
fail. I
discussion.
agree
We
with that part.
researched it and talked to Creality people.
Because even
Ender
Creality will
4,
tell you that that the Ender 6 is their first Core XY because
that's successful because the Ender
Two-
4 never
two belts,
truly
two
hit market.
motors, two belts, two motors, and the Ender 4 has one belt. That's an H bot.
No, it has two belts.
Yeah.
An H-Bot has two belts and three motors.
Yeah, Yoav has been using CR6 Max.
An H-Bot has a third motor that controls it. That's a true H-Bot.
Kit says Ender 5.
It's a weird thing.
Ender 5? No, not
Ender 5 is not Core XY.
No, that's
No,
Cartesian.
Ender 5 is a standard.
That's
Yeah.
I mean,
Cartesian.
everyone says it's Cartesian. A Core XY is a Cartesian. It's 2 axes and a third on a,
Yeah.
and they all move in direct angles.
Now I gotta look it up. I believe you, but I'm gonna look it up. I do the
Yeah,
Reagan
because
50.
I had there's a lot of people that
check
just,
anyway.
Ender 4
see.
was a Core XY. It never actually hit the
Ender
market.
4.
There's a few samples that went out, a few got bought, but it never truly hit the market. You got to really look at it. Because an HBot will have a third motor in the back. That's how it works.
Yeah, the Ender 5, the Ender 5 Plus.
One does like a Core XY does, and the other has to go through a third motor for higher torque to get it all to not rack. Because the difference is a Core XY, everything moves diagonally, and an HBot, it still moves in a horizontal, and that's what that third motor does, is make it go from diagonals to straight lines. Yeah,
Well, hey,
there's a
look at
few
that.
people that did reviews for it, and it just never hit well. For one, it was ridiculously overpriced.
Well, there's a lot of competition out there now to drive prices down.
Because that came out shortly after I started building this.
There's a lot of new 3D printer companies coming up. Some are going to the FDM, and some are going resin. But there's a lot of new printers out there, and new companies
Homer,
getting in on the 3D printing world.
Yeah, they're putting the extruder on the right instead of the left. They're moving the screen. They're trying to make something new. They're just moving things around.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do with it, right? You move X, Y, and Z. There's only so much you can do with it.
Well, you know what? I still say it's an HBot. I see what you're saying about the other motor. It's only got the two motors.
It is a single belt path, though. I agree.
It's like
You're right
something
there.
in between, and that's probably why it sucked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Huh.
Though
I never really looked at it that close.
Tour laser I've never bought, but if I was to do it all over again, I would probably buy an Tour before I bought my K40 that's enclosed, just because of
I never noticed it was a single belt. I
Yeah,
just
the
looked at it. You're right. It is a single belt.
And I never paid attention to the motors.
Yeah. Well, an HBot's got a third motor.
The Artur Laser
Yeah.
Master
Yeah,
2,
you're right.
that's available right now, can go up to a full 5 watt output diode. It says 20 watt, but it's actually 5 or 5.5 watts output. There is a new version of the Laser Master coming that is like but the one difference is that the Laser Master 2 today, there's no Z axis because you just stand on a table flat, right? There's the Laser Master 1 is like a pen plotter. You have an X and a Y, but it's not a full frame. Laser Master 2 has a frame. It's like a 3D printer, but there's no Z axis. On the new Laser Master that's coming out, that they're going to be releasing later this year, the laser actually moves up and down in Z. So your distance to whatever you put under the laser can be varied just by moving the Z. And if you're using the higher end wattage diode lasers and you're using them to burn, as you know, a laser gives you a V shape beam. It's not a point, it's a V shape. And then after that V, it actually widens out again. Okay, like a torch does. So
Right.
the new version, when you're burning, you can have it burn a pattern, drop down in Z, burn a pattern, drop down in Z, because then your focus point will always be where you're burning. Because if you try and do multiple paths today in any laser, if the cut is actually going to be a Y-shaped, and then coming out the other side is going to widen because your focal point is somewhere in the middle. But if you can drop your Z down as you burn, it will always be burning at the focal point. So that is their goal with the new one that they're working on today, that they're going to be releasing later this year.
That wouldn't be a bad choice, yo. Prusias are good printers. I wish I had one.
They're over, but they're
I'm not a
expensive.
fan of bed slingers.
Yeah, the mini kit with one roll of film, it's like $417 with shipping. and I'll get it in another 2 months. I ordered it 2 months ago, and I got to wait 2 more months.
You know, here's what I've come to is if you're gonna buy a Creality at their price point, you automatically, the first thing anybody asks when they buy into Creality is, what should I upgrade first, right? You've already lost there. If you just take that money and put it into your upfront cost and you buy something like a Prusa, yes, there's other things you can do, but you're already ahead of the game. Or you know, some other niche price. That's where I've moved to at this point, and I'm like, you know, whatever. They're going to print at the end of the day, right? It's going to push plastic out of a hot end. If it can do that and do it well, good enough, then good enough.
After seeing that live stream with Joel yesterday, I would go right along with you if I would do it all over again. Now, granted, my machines are dialed in as nice as a Prusa, but I'm right with you. From something that I can take out of the box, do like he did yesterday. That to me, that's just amazing.
I think that was pre-taped also.
No, I don't think so.
That was live.
No,
that was live.
Because when Loyal Moses threw $500 at him, he didn't even flinch. I know he's given all. He
wasn't watching the stream.
Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah,
he was just watching because he was on Zoom, not on StreamYard or anything, so he couldn't really see chat.
Okay,
Sean was watching chat.
Okay, because I noticed what was the man name he had on?
There was like 2,000 people. I mean,
yeah, up to 3,000 at one point. Yeah, I watched it, but
you can't really follow chat.
I noticed that the other end was controlling the stream. He wasn't controlling the stream until the end when he dropped it.
Yeah. Hellspawn, no, I do not work for SpaceX. I'm a huge fan of science, of space, SpaceX and NASA. If you want, I can put on my NASA hat instead.
He's a freaking geek.
I'm a nerd, and I'm happy to say I'm a nerd.
I like space too. I always need more of it.
I actually do outreach for NASA. I volunteer and I do outreach for NASA with the public.
And then when he takes his hat off, he looks like this.
I thought that was you, Jerry.
Yeah.
No, it's Biden, remember?
Yeah, wait till you see me on my next live stream. You're going to have a kick out of that.
Yeah. But, but I'm a serious nerd.
Yeah, sure, you can do that.
You know, I'm concerned if Elon Musk dies, what happens to SpaceX?
Or they'll keep pushing where they are.
I sure hope so.
I don't think that Elon Musk is the money man, right? He's not the.
Oh no, he's chief engineer.
What's more important?
Which means he can be replaced. So he's smart, but he's not the only smart guy.
Oh, he's not. No.
What happens to Dogecoin if he leaves?
Oh no,
if
Mark
he
Cuban's
dies?
got that. Mark Cuban's got that. He's got Dogecoins back.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
But he is the one. Like he is the visionary. He's like the Steve Jobs.
Yeah, I hope something doesn't happen to him. You know, right now is a great time to be alive, watching all that they got going on and where it's going.
He's a visionary for SpaceX. He comes up with all these ideas, and he goes to these guys and says, "Can you make this work?"
No,
right?
See, that's just it. He is like Steve Jobs. He doesn't go, "Can you make this work?" He looks him square in the eye and say, "Make this work."
Actually, no. He doesn't. He comes up with ideas, and then he tries to get these engineers to figure out a way of making it happen. Like he wanted to get rockets to launch. Everyone says you can't do that. You know what? We can if we actually apply ourselves, and he did. Now he's building this spaceship. Can we go and get these to Mars? No, you can't. Well, you know what? We can if we try. And now he's actually working with because his vision is so different. NASA has turned around and said, NASA selected them and said, we want you to get us to the moon and we want you to get us to Mars because nobody else is anywhere close to where you want to be.
If you want to watch a great movie, watch The Rocket Farmer. Great movie, and it's
a good movie.
It is a good movie. I've seen that. It's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know Jeff Bezos is going to be the first one to take you on a prime trip to the moon.
No.
He's going to be selling tickets pretty soon. Supposedly on his origin,
That's called,
whatever.
in the software industry, we call that vaporware, right? It means nothing until there's no product involved. Because how can you sell tickets to go somewhere when you haven't even went into orbit?
It's called America. You can
Exactly.
sell anything here.
It's vaporware.
And you know what?
It's on Amazon.
Right?
You're going to buy something and spend 20% more than if you would go to the store and buy it, just so you don't have to leave your house.
Right.
No, but
I will do it happily.
I'm just saying, he's selling an idea about selling tickets to go to the moon. Now, he has gone up to the Kármán line and back.
Didn't they just do that too?
Yeah, he does hops every now and again, but he's only gone as far as the Kármán line. Kármán line's 100 kilometers up. And you know where that actually is why they come up with the Kármán line is it's where you no longer have enough atmosphere. Even though there's atmosphere, you're in atmosphere still, but it's really, really thin. And there's not enough of it there to diffract the light, so the sky is no longer blue. When you reach 100 kilometers up, the sky above you is black because there's not enough atmosphere there to scatter the light to create the sky to be blue. That's why our sky is blue.
People will buy a ticket to see that because because you can't.
But it's not going to the moon. That's going to space. Technically, they deem that that's the line to be space, but it's not even into orbit. He has never, ever, ever gone to orbit.
I don't know if I want to go into orbit.
Oh, yeah.
Why can't they recreate the atmosphere in a special type of machine instead of taking you up in an airplane so high where you can float around? Why can't they recreate that on the ground with all the
gravity
they have? I know, but they have all this technology. Why can't they make some kind of a chamber they can put you in to replicate that?
They can
go in and
they can, Jerry. It's called peyote.
I was going to say a pool.
Yeah.
No,
jump in a pool.
So a pool lets you simulate weightlessness to a point, but to be able to simulate really float, what you feel like really floating, they do the vomit comet,
the porpoise drop.
The vomit comet is what they call it. So
I would
they
like
actually
to do
hyperbolas in space in a plane.
I'd be into trying.
While you're diving, while the plane is diving, you're actually floating. You're not actually you're actually falling. But
you're just falling at the same speed the plane is
at a different rate.
So it feels like you're weightless, but you're not really. You're actually falling.
I'll tell you, though, when that happens and it's uncontrolled, it doesn't feel good because at least twice I've hit the top of an airline cabin, an aircraft cabin. It's not fun when you hit the top and then all the crap that you had around you falls up and hits you in the face and other areas, and then you all fall back down again twice.
Air Force pilots love doing that, don't they?
Well, we hit an air once. I was flying into Korea, and we hit an air pocket. We were in a little plane, and we were jumping over from Japan, and we were coming in from the coast, hit an air pocket, and the plane fell. I don't know, 300 feet or 400 feet or whatever. It just went like this. And we all went up, the plane went down, we came down, everything came down on top of us, and that sucked. And it bent a spar in the wing, actually, so we had to wait for a different plane to come take us back. But it was...
How many times have you jumped out of a plane, Jason?
What's that?
How many jumps have you had? How many times have you jumped out of a plane?
Jumped out of a plane? Like a good plane?
Parachute, yeah, perfectly good airplane.
Like a good plane. I never jump out of a perfectly good plane.
It's never been my plan to jump out of a good plane. But,
I've done 2 parachute jumps.
I've done 11.
I've done 2.
I've done 2 also, and I'm afraid of heights. My second one, I flared too high in the air. I put out my foot to walk away from it, snapped my foot, and I got a steel plate and 8 screws in my right ankle. Still there.
Wow.
No, I did it for I did them in Ireland as part to raise money for the Irish Heart Foundation. So they do it each year where you raise money. If you raise enough, you actually do a jump, and that's what that's the outcome of it. So
and those that are afraid of heights, once I was out of the plane, the chute was open. It was awesome all the way down.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful
even though
feeling.
you're falling like a rock and don't feel like it, but it was awesome until you hit the ground, and if you don't land right, you got a problem.
Yeah, just make sure your knees are bent.
Mm-hmm.
You need a crumple zone. You hit the ground.
Yeah, I thought I flared soon enough. I needed to get I didn't yell to the guy and the kid on the ground guided me down. I didn't yell to him and tell my radio around my neck wasn't working. Tell me when to flare. It's only my second jump. I figured, screw this, I can do it myself. And I flared way too high, going way too fast. When I put out my foot, snap, that quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I just started cussing. There goes my job. There goes this. There goes that. He goes, "Would you? Is it broke? Look at my foot. It's turned blankety blank sideways. Yeah, it's broke."
No,
Jerry,
it's
what direction is
fine. That's why it's
blankety
going to the left when it should be going to the
And I
right.
weighed 185 when I jumped, and right now I'm like 100 pounds heavier than that. So,
But
So the steel plate's working.
yeah. Yeah, I was supposed to have it removed a year later, and I went to the doctor about scheduling surgery, and I was over an hour past my appointment, and I got mad and left, and I just never went back. So
I would love to do the vomit comet. I would love to do that. But no, to me, you're not in space unless you've left Earth's orbit. So even the astronauts that are up in the space station, they are actually in space, but there's still some atmosphere where the ISS is, right? There's a small amount of atmosphere where the space station is. There's no hard stop shell. Atmosphere, no atmosphere. It slowly to surely decreases, right?
Well, if
but
I
where
ever
the
meet an astronaut on the ISS, I'm just going to flat out tell him that I know this guy Liam that says you never actually went to space, dude. I mean,
Actually-
you were in a bucket in the
Yep.
upper edges of the atmosphere, but you're not you may be an astronaut, but you didn't go to space. So
Neil deGrasse Tyson actually Neil deGrasse Tyson actually says the same thing.
They need to get red light up there.
Pussy if you can't
I
breathe
want that patch
air.
back.
Red light needs to get up there and clean up all that space junk that's floating around everywhere.
Yeah.
They say they have a near miss, and it's like 26,000
Liam,
miles
I have
away.
a question for you. You're the
Sure.
space nerd. Why don't we take our garbage, trash, and other junk and shoot it out into space or in the sun or out into just God knows where or into a black hole? Why don't we just get rid? Why do we just keep poisoning ourselves?
Well, you mean from Earth?
Well, no, the other planet that we live on. Yes, Earth, Liam.
No, you mean stuff that's in orbit, or take the stuff from Earth and bring it
No,
up?
you're my trash. Like, why don't we just put it
the
in a
cost to
container
do
and
it-
shoot it?
The cost to bring it to
Cost
space
prohibitive.
is
And
so
SpaceX
above
will-
more
Come
pollution.
on, can't Amazon? If they can bring me a 3D printer in a day and a half, they can shoot garbage out. I mean, the costs on
No.
this are coming way down.
to send to ship stuff to even if you could make a projectile, like say you could make like a projectile, like a canister,
Mhm.
and shoot it. It has to travel at about 22,500 miles an hour to leave our gravity.
Okay, so with all these test runs, right, that SpaceX are doing and all them, fill it up with garbage. Don't fill it up with weight. Fill it up with
Here's
garbage.
a
If it
thought.
explodes, that's great. Shoot it off, and then
No,
when you get
because
into
it's
space, let it
Every
go.
time, no, I get it. It's expensive, but every time we shoot somebody up to the ISS, why aren't we taking a rocket loaded garbage up there?
Because they're
and
not-
shooting it up into
because
space?
If
They're
we
not-
moving
Come
like- they're not
on.
moving fast. If we
Every
So
pull it
go
time.
out-
faster.
if we
They're
pull
not
it out of
moving
space-
fast enough.
Go faster. It's the
not
little
a-
we
pedal
pull
on the
it out
right.
of space
Go
like
faster.
garbage,
Just put
some
your
alien
foot
race
down, man.
all of our planet.
Okay, guys. Okay, I know
I
you're
don't
just
think
giving me a hard
Ian
time for the fun of it,
Yeah,
right? So
sarcasm and
I know, but here the way it works is you must remember one thing. Let's say I want to launch this bottle into space, right?
Mhm.
To launch
That's
this
gonna be
bottle,
all technical and shit.
to launch this bottle takes this amount of fuel or whatever, right? X amount of fuel, right?
Mhm.
Now, to reach orbit at 17,500 miles per hour, I need X amount of fuel.
Mhm.
Now, for every bit of mass I add, if I decided I want to do 2 bottles, right? Now I not only have to double my fuel to lift the
Exponentially.
bottles, I have to increase the fuel to lift the bottles to get to space.
Okay.
And then for adding extra fuel, I have to add more fuel to lift that extra fuel, and add more fuel to lift that fuel. So the
Well,
amount of
here's the
fuel you
thought.
need to get there, and the higher you go up, the less fuel you need. But you have to get up there in the first place.
Why
Okay,
don't we
so
just burn
do
the
it,
damn
do
garbage
it.
as fuel?
Well, right, burn it, right?
No, you can't.
What
Use
about
it for fuel.
look,
Come
look,
on, it
look,
burns.
Doc,
Plastic
look.
burns really good.
The doctor had a Mr. Fusion, and he burned banana peels and all kinds of crap. Why can't we
Yeah.
use garbage?
Well, you know,
For it.
we should have been at Mr. Fusion stage already, but we're not, according to that movie. That happened a couple of years ago. So
It did.
no, it didn't
Yeah,
happen.
that's
to
Well,
true.
us.
we do have the Nikes that inflate and lace and close themselves around your feet, though. We've got them
Yeah,
Yeah,
there.
they had them back then too. So
Can we at least send like the worst garbage? You know, like the radioactive, the poisonous.
no, because if anything goes
The
wrong during
politicians.
launch, there's a big reason why we
If
rarely
it
launch.
explodes, then we just poisoned
We
everybody.
poison their planet.
Hey, would you
There's a
guys
reason
ever
why
buy
we
a
don't
pair of
launch
tennis
very
shoes?
much nuclear material? Even like the Mars rover has an RTG, a radioactive thermonuclear generator, right?
Mhm.
Even though it has one, the amount of fuel. You want me to stop, Gary?
Would you guys ever buy a pair of tennis shoes off Amazon or only try them on in person at a store?
Yes,
I have to
I
try
have to
them
put them on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't mail order shoes.
Unless
one of
it's the
few things I
exact-
can't.
Yeah, unless it's the exact make and model and size of the shoe, the same
But you've
year
already-
it was made,
Yeah, yes.
I'll buy the same shoe. But other than that, I
Yeah.
got to try it on.
Because they vary. Every manufacturer, the size of is slightly different.
Yeah.
They're not
Yeah,
standard.
I've never bought shoes online. I was thinking about it, thinking, well, I can buy what I'm wearing a 9.5. And it's weird. When I was younger, I wore an 8.5, and why I wear a 9.5, I don't know. I guess my feet got wider.
Because you got
And
old
kids-
and fat like the rest of us.
What you said there about everything starting in the sun is actually not true.
What's that?
Kid made a statement there. He said technically everything started in the sun. That's actually not true. Everything started. All of the elements that we have today started in a dust cloud in space that actually collapsed, or a gas cloud and dust cloud that collapsed. Some of it created the sun, but whatever was left over was actually created of all of our planets. And then what's left over after that was actually pushed away by the solar wind when the sun ignited and started fusion. So it didn't actually start in the sun.
See, if you keep, using facts and valid arguments, I don't want to talk about this anymore. It's no fun.
Yeah, it was much more fun.
You need a little sci-fi there, Liam.
Yeah.
Everything is possible.
I'm going back to Netflix. Elon Musk would believe me.
He would find a way.
He would find a way, or he would find someone who can find a way.
Probably. Sure.
I want to see him. I want to see him with. They're planting the small. They're creating oxygen from a room full of plants, and he's going to live for. Well, they call them solars, but
Yeah, because it's
500
solar
solars. Yeah. So, a room full of plants enough to create enough oxygen. A room full of Irish potatoes.
Those are the
That's
best
what-
potatoes.
They were.
Didn't I just read? And maybe I didn't read it. Maybe I just made this up. Didn't the rover make oxygen
Correct.
on Mars? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It took the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, and actually, it only did a small amount, but it proved it can be done.
It could be.
And it actually split the carbon and oxygen in a little chamber and created oxygen and actually released the carbon gas.
Okay. It's
So,
good that
Liam,
we can
when
do
is
it there, but we can't do it here. That's
When's
good.
that little helicopter going to fly around a ways and show us some buildings and stuff?
It
They
has
just
already
did, no?
done.
The helicopter failed.
And
What?
what happened was
Just failed
remember day
yesterday.
one when they tried to start it and it had a software glitch,
And then it went up 6 foot and came back down.
and then the next day a few days later they actually launched it. They've actually gone up to about, I need to
They
check
did
the exact
15
height, but they've
feet or
actually gone a
something.
fair bit of height and distance already. They were going to do another launch recently, but there was a failure, and the fix was a software reload the last time, the exact same failure. So they're going to do another software reload again before they do the next hop. So they're actually in the process of doing that right now.
Okay, I'm not sure what word I need to use here, but our eyes only see certain objects or certain things.
Yes.
And I don't know where I want to go with this, but there's certain things that we've seen on other planets or in space that we interpret one way, but it's actually something else. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes. The term, it's like the same way when you look at clouds and they appear to be something and they're not.
Right.
The name of that
You
is
associate it with something.
It's your brain doing something,
Yeah.
and you're not seeing what you're really seeing. It's changing it.
You're just associating it with something you already have
Yeah,
knowledge
something
of.
that you've already seen, and you're connecting it to something similar.
Its shapes are similar enough that you associate it.
Yeah.
So what's up with all these UFO sightings recently?
They're recently starting to release more information, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
I thought it was the Russians.
Well, first of
Yeah.
all, this term
No.
you're looking for
No.
to see that is
It
called
wasn't the Russians?
paradola. Is called when you actually see something that actually isn't there. Our mind makes an image like shapes and clouds, and
Yeah,
UFOs. But we
too
don't
much
know what they are. That's why they're unidentified. The moment you say it's
over
aliens,
technical.
okay,
It's
the
cool
moment you
stuff
say
we're
a
seeing
UFO is
because it's
aliens,
something
it's no longer a UFO anymore. It's an FO. It's a flying object
Because
it's no
then
longer
it's
unidentified.
identified. Yeah, and you've identified what it is.
The
It's
UFOs
alien.
aren't UFOs, man. It's Elon Musk with Nike. He's getting himself some flying freaking sneakers, man.
Well, the one guy that you said on NBC Nightly News, I'd seen some videos on him on YouTube, and then he's on the NBC Nightly News. I was like, wow, it's finally getting some traction here, and people are actually going to start believing it. So maybe they're actually going to come out and say what's happening. But
Well,
there's been so many sci-fi movies for so long, nobody's going to be surprised by anything, no matter what they tell you.
No, but there's going to be a huge amount of people. There's going to be people that have a belief system in one thing that will reject it vehemently, right? There'll be another group of people that have a belief system in something that will support it and want to know. They'll, like you said, there'll be a group of people that are just benign to it, like yeah, we knew they were there. My cousin's an alien, whatever. Or I was abducted 3 times. I've been telling you for years. Yeah, but you're gonna end up
aliens.
with such a. It's not the. I don't even think that I've heard other people say, oh, it would create a panic. Everybody thinking that we're not the only ones. I don't even think it's that. I think that it would just cause internal arguments and fights over what is and what isn't, what can and can't be because of everybody's reasons, and so it's like we got enough problems. Why create more?
Yeah.
So
It's not like
that's why I wouldn't tell you.
one way or another at the way it's at this point. So,
Yeah.
Oh,
Other than
Ingenuity
people
did
worried
another
about
flight.
What's that?
I mean,
Ingenuity did another flight of 872 feet
when?
Oh, that's good.
yesterday.
Oh, I thought yesterday was the day it like glitched out. And
No, a
didn't
few
take
days
off.
ago.
Oh.
It didn't crash though, right? It didn't. When
No,
you said
it
it
flew
failed.
and
Oh,
landed.
okay.
So hopefully the footage will be on
Like
YouTube.
came up like 3 foot and then just dropped.
That was day one.
Mm. They
But
want
now- that was it was actually 3 meters, 9 feet. But no, now it's actually done a good distance now. They're slowly increasing the distance, but they've only got 1 month to try this. After 1 month, Perseverance, the rover, has science to do, so it's going to have to do its job. So the rover, if they're going to keep the helicopter going, they might follow it, but they're no longer going to be tied together anymore.
They need to get out of that.
extend, but they may not.
They need to get out of that crater where it's at and look around a little bit before it goes
Well,
dead.
they went to the crater for a reason, because from satellite images, the crater looks like a basin where water once was, where there's inflow and outflow areas, and that's what they want Perseverance to investigate, those areas. So
They
that's
just don't
why
want us
they
to
wanted
see
it.
that. They don't want us to
on
see the
Mars.
cities on the outside of the basin. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Probably.
All the buildings and the laboratories. They don't want us to see that.
They know what they're really doing. Everywhere you go, you find an Irish bar. They're hiding the Irish bar.
Right? It's green on the other side of the planet. They
The
just
very
don't show
first
that.
thing. The very first thing. Wait now. Think back. When they first set up the what they call the green zone in Iraq, after they went into Iraq the last time, the very first place that was set up there that was functioning was the Irish bar for the troops to go stay there.
I believe it.
There was a first thing. So the first thing that's going to open, there's two things that's going to open up on Mars once we start getting people there: an Irish bar and a McDonald's.
Well,
I don't know.
it's been-
The 7-Eleven might get built a little faster.
I was gonna say 7-Eleven or Costco might go in.
Well, it can't be called 7-Eleven anymore because there's actually 26 hours a day there.
Look, Amazon's been making deliveries there for 3 years. I don't know what you're talking about.
But do people forget it? It can't be called 7-Eleven because the hours there is it's a 26-hour day.
So what would they call it? 726 or 7? I don't even know what the 7 and 11 are for.
7 in
Opens
the
at
morning
7,
to 11
closes
at
at
night.
11. So then does it still open at 7?
Yeah, it can still be 11, 7 in the morning, and 11 at night.
No, but see,
And
time is
it's a
different.
different
That's why they measure
stretch of
time
hours.
in sols because the day is different time. Like the guys who are working on
Dude,
Mars.
stop being technical. You're ruining the fun.
Your facts are killing it again. And your facts.
Sorry, but it's where my head
Your
goes, you know.
freaking facts.
So you must remember, I deal with so many people who think the Earth is flat. I've come across these guys.
Wait, it's not?
No, it's not. Well, I've dealt with so many guys who I deal with people who are naysayers of science. By default I jump into defense mode and correcting them on science. So I'm sorry.
Here's the facts. The Earth is flat.
Fun.
The Earth is definitely flat in like little sections where the backhoe was.
My sidewalk is
Actually,
flat.
it's not.
Oh yeah, you can actually make it flat with a backhoe. You can
No, you
actually
can't.
make it flat.
No.
Not level, because level is an arc. You can make it flat with a backhoe.
That's right, because we don't level things, we tram them, right? Like,
Correct.
Correct.
No such thing as leveling in 3D printing. You tram your bed.
no
You don't
level
level.
3D printer. It's a trammed 3D printer.
It's been 4.5 hours, 4 hours, 26 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and call it. I'm going to go
Wow.
eat dinner and then work on my droid. Got to work on some lights
food.
and
Just getting
sound.
good.
I know. It's just starting to have fun.
And David Petzl hasn't came back yet, so he's going to be.
I know.
surprised.
He ran away. Run away.
Dave will come on and be the only man in the room.
But everybody out there watching, thank you very much for watching, and I'll be back in 3 or 4 days, and we'll do it all again. And thank you everybody here for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Everybody have a great night.
We'll
Thank
see
you.
you guys.
See you guys.
Bye.